19 completions in a row and threw 3 touchdowns.
My bad, Josh, but last week, Tomlinson, tailback of the TCU Horned Frog, rushed for an NCAA record, 406 yards, 6 touchdowns.
It's SMU
versus TCU coming up next
on Fox Sports Net.
The following is a special presentation of Fox Sports Net. Today, it's a special variety edition of College Football Saturday on Fox Sports Net. And it's a doubleheader to boot. Next, it's a Texas showdown between SMU and TCU as the battle for a bowl berth is up for grabs. The Horned Toads are led by record-breaking running back Tomlinson. Then, in the nightcap, the second-ranked offensive team in the nation, Louisiana Tech, takes on the USC Trojans. Tech QB Tim Rattay has 32 TDs. He's the top-rated offensive weapon in the country, and he looks to go over 4,000 yards for the season. Let's light up the scoreboard, fellas. A doubleheader of college football on a Friday on Fox Sports Net.
Stick a fork in that turkey. He's all done. For Tomlinson last Saturday here in Fort Worth against UTEP. Only the greatest single day of rushing in the 130-year history of college football. Well, right now, number 2 may be number 1 in the minds of the Heisman Trophy voters, but number 1 may indeed be number 1 in the Heisman Trophy voting in the first year of the new millennium. What we have today is one of the great rivalries in college sports, the 80th renewal of the rivalry between TCU and SMU. Take a look at the WAC standings. Very crowded atop the leaders here. As you see, Hawaii and Fresno State, they already are committed to a bowl game. So is TCU. They're playing in Mobile. SMU, if they win this game today, they're going to get a share of a conference championship. And hello again, everybody. I'm Barry Tompkins, and we welcome you to the battle for the Iron Skillet, the 80th renewal of the game between SMU and TCU. SMU started the season 0-5. Nobody was thinking they might get a share of a conference title, and yet here they are in a position to do that. Alongside once more, my partner, David Norrie. And David, despite the fact that both these teams are really on a roll and everybody's talking about team play, the focus of attention really is on one guy today.
Oh, that's right, Tomlinson. And next year, he will be one of the top 3 candidates for the Heisman Trophy. He has explosive ability, great at breaking tackles. Frequently, he'll make the first man miss, and if he gets an angle in the secondary, no one's going to catch him from behind.
Another thing significant about this game, both these teams are young. Let's talk about SMU. Their quarterback, Josh McCown, all he did last week was complete 19 passes in a row, and by his own admission, he says, I didn't have a very good football game.
Well, those are pretty good numbers in my book, and you might have seen his brother, Randy McCown, lead Texas A&M to a victory earlier today against Texas. Josh, well, he's going to be just as good. We talked about his numbers last week, but he's got some great guys on the outside. McCown can get outside the pocket and go to his true freshmen, Cody Cardwell and Chris Cunningham. In fact, they're the top 2 receivers on this team right now statistically. They both went over 140 yards last week.
And both these teams could score. That's a given. They're each averaging over 30 points a game over the last 4 or 5 ball games. So don't you know, in the end, it may all come down to defense. And they've each got a linebacker who leads their defense. Jason Simonton, the senior for SMU. Shannon Brazil, one of 2 linebackers for the Horned Frogs. Kickoff coming up on the other side of this.
If you're ready to lose weight, muscle up, and get back into shape, I've got a free video you're going to love.
Introducing a winning fitness strategy.
You got to eat healthy, drink plenty of water, and most importantly, strength train with Bowflex.
Strength training adds muscle. Not only does your shape look better, you actually increase your metabolism, so you end up burning more calories.
Strength training these days isn't just for men. It's great for women, too, and Bowflex is designed for both. It's even been called the best home gym by Fitness Magazine.
Use as little as 5 pounds to more than 400 pounds of resistance. Follow our 6-week fast fat loss program or create your own from over 60 different health club quality exercises.
Bowflex is easy to own, and it fits in any room in your house. It comes with a 6-week guarantee on results, and you can finance it with no money down and payments as low as $33 per month. Hey, I'm 41, and I'm in the best shape of my life. And I can tell you, Bowflex really does work.
For a free video and brochure on the machine that can help you get into great shape at any age, call right now.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. May I take your order?
Yeah. Is Jack there?
Just a moment.
This is Jack.
Mr. Box? Yeah, I'm really, really hungry. I was wondering what I should get.
How much you got?
About $1.
I'd go for 2 tacos for 99 cents. They'll fill you up, and they're really good.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Please pull up to the window.
We know advanced technology doesn't have to be complicated, that every product must be meaningful. And the end result will make you smile. Open up to Samsung Digital. Samsung Digital. Everyone's invited.
The San Francisco International Auto Show, November 25th through December 5th, is your chance to see 800 cars from 40 manufacturers. While you're there, visit Sequoia Institute, the Bay Area's hands-on, high-tech automotive training center. We can take your passion for cars and turn it into a full-blown career. Call Sequoia Institute now and request our free introductory video, 800-509-5515.
We're all busy these days. So busy sometimes we forget the important things. But at AT&T Cable Services, we'd like to stop and say the most important thing. And to thank you for being a customer, you'll find some nice surprises in your bill. Like a great deal on a Sony phone from Game Show Network, and exclusive offers on an auto starter and a women's two-tone watch from QVC. Look for these or other nice surprise coupons in the AT&T Connection newsletter inside your bill.
The show for football fanatics. NFL, college, even prep. Our all-pro team is all over it. Fox Sports Net Football News, weeknights at 6.
Football Saturday Special Edition on Fox Sports Net is brought to you today by Domino's, delivering 1 million smiles a day. By 1010-220, dial it and talk up to 20 minutes for only 99 cents. And by dsports.com, the ultimate sporting goods store. Seize the D. So that shot of the Heisman Trophy that was won by TCU quarterback Davey O'Brien so many years ago. We're back at Amon Carter Stadium. Right now, let's meet the third member of our broadcast team as we go down to the sideline, and Jim Knox with Dennis Franchione. Jim?
All right, thank you, Barry. Coach, already you wrapped up the bowl bid. Right now, a share of the conference championship. If you win today, what'd you tell your team prior to taking the field?
Well, this is why you play the game, to play on days like this, and just to be focused, play for each other, play hard, and enjoy the day.
LaDainian Tomlinson needs 275 yards to reach 2,000. Do you continue to feed him the ball today?
Well, when you have a racehorse, you let him run. I'm not worried about the 275. I'll take one more point, but he'll get his touches.
Spoken like a true coach. Thank you, Coach. Congratulations, and good luck today. Barry?
All right, thanks very much, Jim, and thanks to Dennis Franchione for taking the time before kickoff. Not every coach in America will do that. One of the good guys in college coaching. They're pumped up here in Fort Worth. TCU and SMU. Kay Lackey will kick it off for TCU. TCU won the toss, incidentally, and deferred. They'll take the ball to start the second half. Cunningham and Phillips will be the deep man to receive the kick for the Mustangs. It's a short kick. And this is going to be Cunningham at about the 13-yard line. Right back up the middle of the field. Got a little gap. Gets to the 30. Stopped by Curtis Fuller. So Josh McCown, the sophomore out of Jacksonville, Texas. You already heard David Norrie say his brother had a pretty good day today as Texas A&M defeated Texas in an emotional game. Along the offensive line for the Mustangs, they have an experienced center in Austin Adami, I beg your pardon. A lot of experience anchoring that offensive line and a lot of sophomores and juniors alongside him. That's the position that you want the experience. Single setback is Phillips on first down, 3 wideouts. And McCown will go up on first down. Now he rolls away, throws on the run, and throws it out of bounds. Pass was intended for Cody Cardwell, who actually did have a step, but McCown, taking the safer route, threw it away. Let's talk about defense, and TCU has one that is very aggressive, Aaron Schobel, the junior, their best defensive lineman, and they will move him around, so you're not going to get any one shot at him consistently. Schobel is a good one. You saw Shannon Brazil a little bit earlier, just a junior, the middle backer. They only use 2 linebackers. They'll generally go with 5 defensive backs. This time they bring Phillips in motion and Freeman the lone setback. This is Freeman, and he gets a couple. It'll be 3rd and 8. Doug Shanks and Shannon Brazil on the stop for the Horned Frogs.
Well, much documented problems for SMU along the offensive line throughout the year. Injuries. They lost 2 all-WAC performers before the season even started. Big part of the game plan for the Mustangs this afternoon. Try to get the ball outside on 1st and 2nd down in the passing game. Take some pressure off Josh McCown in the pocket.
They'll go out of the shotgun on 3rd and 8. 3 wideouts, slot left. And McCown might be checking off. And we got all kinds of whistles. And flag is
Prior
down.
to the snap, false start on the offense. 5 yards remains, 3rd down.
So now it'll be 3rd and 13.
Talking to defensive coordinator Gary Patterson for TCU a couple days ago, he said the key for us defensively is to put McCown in those 3rd and long situations. We want to exploit our advantage along the defensive front.
Now they have 4 wideouts. They go with a double slot out of the shotgun with Phillips, the lone setback. McCown straight back, 4-man rush, unloads, ball is caught and dropped. Phillips had it in his hands and had some room, but did not hold on to the football. I want to welcome those of you who have just joined us to Amon Carter Stadium here in Fort Worth, Texas. TCU and SMU. They play for a trophy called the Iron Skillet. Went away for a while, just came back in 1993. 80th renewal of this game. SMU 3 and out on its first effort. They will punt it away. Royce Huffman is the deep man for the Horned Frogs. Pretty good kick here. This will drive Huffman back to the 20-yard line. He's got some room. Now he starts the other way at the 25. Trying to get to the outside and does at the 30 and knocked out of bounds at the 36-yard line. A good return by Huffman. So Huffman, one of those great athletes. And there is a look at a guy we're going to be seeing an awful lot of today, Casey Printers, just a freshman. And a freshman that Dennis Franchione says is the best he has seen in 20 years. And that is high praise. They go out of the I formation with Tomlinson, the tailback. And Printer's going to throw on 1st down. Does. Ball is caught this time by Scarborough. And Scarborough will be knocked out of bounds, maybe just short of a 1st down. Offensive line for TCU has been outstanding all year. Jeff Garner anchors that offensive line at the center position. But look at that, all juniors and sophomores. Scarborough, the man who just made that catch, has become the big play player. He's a baseball player. Came here as a baseball player after transferring and has become quite a football player as well. So they are more than unidimensional. LaDainian Thomas, yes, he had 406 yards. Yes, he is the leading rusher in America. But they can throw the football more than a little bit as well, as they did on 1st down. Here's the pitch to Tomlinson for the first time today. And Tomlinson going backward. Kevin Garrett ran him back. They strung that play out exactly the way you're supposed to do it. And a loss of about 6. Defensive line for SMU looks like this. Luke Johnson, he's the anchor of that offensive line, the defensive line rather. He's a senior. And again, a lot of young players around him. Same could be said for Jason Simonton, the middle backer, with 2 Williams alongside him. And in the secondary, Raymond Brown at one of the safety spots with Hart. Experience at the safeties, inexperience at the corners for SMU. Again out of the I formation, and again to give to Tomlinson, and again he stopped for a loss. Luke Johnson was right there to wrap him up, And they went from 2nd and 1 to 3rd and 11.
Well, there's no doubt LaDainian Tomlinson had 406 yards a week ago. This TCU team at home averaging over 41 points a game. But you go back to the 98 contest between SMU and TCU, and the Mustangs held the Horned Frogs to 2 field goals. And in this football game, the Mustangs have come out. They're crowding the line of scrimmage, and they're daring Printers to put the ball up.
Cunningham will be the deep man to receive this punt. And a pretty good punt it is. Cunningham at about the 18-yard line. Right back up the middle of the field. Gets to the 27. And that is where the Mustangs will start their second offensive possession. We got a timeout. 11:45 remaining. First period. No score.
Presenting the new Italian Originals Pizza Trio from Domino's. Tender prosciutto, Italian sausage, tender prosciutto, spicy pepperoni. New Pizza Trio, $10.99, $10.99, $10.99.
New Domino's Italian Originals Pizza Trio. Prosciutto ham, Italian sausage, and spicy pepperoni. So much amore delivered hot for only $10.99.
New Pizza Trio.
Hank here's been selling hot dogs for over 20 years. He remembers when they were under $1.
Ain't much you can get for $1 now.
Unless you dial 1010-220. Then all calls up to 20 minutes are only 99 cents and just 9 cents a minute after that. I told you, remember?
I thought you had taken too many hits. But then I dialed 1010-220. And Doug is right. I dial any day, any time. And I can talk up to 20 minutes for only 99 cents. Thanks, Doug.
Hey, anything for a pal.
Great. Hey, can you sign this for me?
Sure.
1010-220.
Log on to dsports.com, the ultimate online sporting goods store. dsports.com. Seize the D.
Welcome back. 11:45 remaining to be played in the first quarter. Each team coming up empty on its first offensive possession, and now the Mustangs will start at the 27-yard line. Chris Briggs in at a running back spot for the first time today. And McCown will go straight up, and he goes straight down in the arms of Aaron Schobel. And we talked about Schobel. They move him all over the place. Let's talk game plan here today, David.
Well, the problems have really been along the offensive line for SMU with all the injuries, and they've got to be clever about protecting McCown, keeping him off the ground, using screens, use some trap plays, and also, you know, defensively, they don't want to send LaDainian to New York. They don't want him back there at the Downtown Athletic Club with another 250, 300-yard game. And finally, they have to keep track of which quarterbacks in the game for TCU. Bateau and Printers offer you different challenges.
So second and a whole bunch here. And the give this time is to Briggs. Briggs bounces off one man. It's Phillips, the ball carrier, and he gets back to the 22-yard line. He picked up about 4. Let's talk TCU here and what they have to do.
Well, obviously they have to establish LaDainian Tomlinson early, and minus 10 yards on his first 2 carries. Not a great start there, but they'll continue to go to him. Forget about the 1998 contest we mentioned a little earlier. SMU holding TCU to 2 field goals in that game, and don't let Josh McCown get out of the pocket and start creating in the passing game on the outside.
So it's going to be 3rd down and 16 here for the Mustangs. TCU shows blitz off the edge. They don't come with it. They back out of it. McCown, with a lot of time, now has to roll away. Throws the ball downfield, and unable to catch up to it was Chris Cunningham. He just threw that as far as he could throw it and hoped that somebody would run under it.
Well, he had Cardwell back there as well, and McCown facing a 4-man rush. A nice job of moving to the right, buying some time. And if you don't have somebody down the field, make sure you don't throw a pick early in the football game. McCown safe with the football.
I think he was throwing it for Cunningham. Caldwell was in the area, but Huffman, the deep man, to receive the punt of Valheim. High twisting kick. Fair catch called by Huffman. at the 45-yard line. So pretty good field position for TCU on their second possession. We'll jump off the track. 10:03 left. Scoreless game. We're coming back to Fort Worth.
Kick off your college football Saturday with Fox Sports Net. Big games.
Touchdown, UCLA!
Big hits.
Oh, my goodness, what a hit!
Big-time coverage.
Into the end zone. Touchdown!
Hosts Kevin Frazier and Kellen Winslow cover all your gridiron action all day long.
Unbelievable catch!
With pregame previews, up-to-the-minute scores and highlights, plus postgame wrap-ups.
It's gonna be sweet.
College football Saturday. This Saturday only on Fox Sports Net.
Morning, Bob.
Morning, guys.
Sorry to rush you, but we're running a little late.
No problem. Lots to do today. Big day.
All right?
Got those Miller contracts to get out.
Yeah?
Got the Peabody mess to sort through.
Uh-huh.
And the guys upstairs breathing down my neck.
Yeah, go, huh?
Work has a way of cutting us off from the outside world.
See you at 5, Bob.
So find out what happened between 9 and 5 in The Examiner, the afternoon paper.
This time of year seems like you just can't win. The shopping, the traffic, the weather. It's like this endless game. Good thing there's the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event because everyone wins. You can get huge cash back or low APR financing or great smart lease offers on these great Chevrolets. The cars and trucks you can depend on. So, don't roll the dice this holiday season. Get to the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event. It's your turn to win.
The Warriors face the Sonics Thursday at 7:30 on Fox Sports Net.
Texas Bank, Texas owned and operated for 100.
Welcome back. Scoreless game. 10:03 remaining first period. TCU will have the ball in very good field position. More college football coming your way tomorrow, 3 o'clock Eastern. Oklahoma State and Oklahoma, another one of those great cross-state rivalries. And how about Oklahoma's offense? This is a team that made a career out of running the football, but not now, Dave.
Yeah, I really like Heupel, and he reminds me a little bit of Mark Brunell, who's now with the Jacksonville Jaguars in the NFL. Played his college ball at the University of Washington. Not quite the speed and the running ability, but the same kind of release, and really one of the truly exciting young quarterbacks in the country today.
That's tomorrow, 3 o'clock Eastern. Oklahoma and Oak State. TCU starts just across the 45-yard line. We haven't had a first down in the ball game yet. In fact, we haven't had any plus yardage yet. Printers rolls out, will throw. Ball's caught this time by B.J. Roberts, and that's going to be close to our first down.
TCU coaches and players questioning whether Roberts was down at the end of that play. A nice effort by the big tight end to keep his feet moving. And the game plan last year for SMU defense, it worked so well. They were crowding the line of scrimmage on first and second down. So what does TCU do? They start going to the air on first down. Little play action, and I'll tell you what, Roberts did a pretty good job of keeping his feet right there.
Single setback Tomlinson, and it is the first down of the game. Here's a draw play for Tomlinson, and Tomlinson is stopped just as he gets started. Might have got a half a yard, no more than that. Tracy Hart right there, the first man to it.
Yeah, nice job by Hart reacting from the secondary safety position. And, you know, SMU, a lot of speed on their defense. Dennis Franchione, the head coach for TCU, said this defense has the most speed since the team we saw in our opener, the University of Arizona. And SMU doing a good job of getting 8, 9 men up on the line of scrimmage and slowing LT early.
Second down, 10. In motion this time goes Lane out of the backfield. Printers will throw again. Here's a quick hitch this time for Scarborough at the 40, 45. First down out of bounds at the 31-yard line. James Orr ran him out. Just a little quick pass. Printers now 3 of 3, Dave.
And this is a nice job by Scarborough. They're trying to set up the screen to the inside, and watch, he'll find no room to the inside, so he'll take it back outside. Fight forward for the first down. A nice job by Scarborough adapting to the look after the catch.
Scarborough, guy started as a baseball player at Texas. They go out of the I formation now as TCU starts to move the football with back-to-back first downs. Here's the option and the pitch to Tomlinson. And this time he's got a little bit of room. 30-25, got about 8. Chad Purcell out in front leading the way.
Well, let's take a look at that previous play. Scarborough on the outside, Printer setting up the screen. Now, he's going to come inside, but then move the ball back outside after the catch, after Crease fails to show. Scarborough quickly turning into a big play receiver for TCU. 8 touchdown catches on the year.
Only starting senior on this TCU offense. High formation again. They go with a slot right. And they give it to Tomlinson again. And Tomlinson's got the first down, and a late flag comes in. So we'll wait and see what the flag is all about, but I think TCU's going backward. So the first down will be negated.
Holding on the offense, 10-yard penalty, remains second down.
Dennis Franchione kind of hidden behind his players there. He said he didn't know what Tomlinson was doing last week until he got a call from the press box. The sports information director called and said, "Do you realize how close this guy is to a record?" He said he was so busy with other things that he wasn't even thinking about it.
So busy he didn't know that his running back was over 380 at the time. That's focused.
2nd and 11. They bring Roberts, the tight end, in motion. And here's a reverse with Dunbar. Dunbar at the 30 gets to the 28-yard line. Got about 4. Tracy Hart on the stop.
I've been so impressed early with SMU's defense. They're running to the ball well. We talked about their defensive speed. Dunbar is a track athlete, and he's got some flat-out speed. He's bothered a little bit by an ankle injury suffered last week against UTEP. But Hart coming up big once again from his safety position.
3 wideouts this time and a single setback on 3rd down. Call it 7. And now Printer sees something that he either doesn't recognize or doesn't like, and he calls a timeout. He'll talk it over with Coach Franchione as he comes to the sidelines, and while he does, we'll jump off the track as well. 7:40 remaining, first quarter, no score. TCU driving. We'll be back.
Dynamic, diverse, and dedicated to excellence. Southern Methodist University, an education as individual as you are. SMU offers outstanding programs in science, business, the humanities, engineering, theology, the arts, and law. SMU features small classes taught by faculty members, modern labs, and exciting opportunities beyond the classroom. SMU is located in Dallas, a vibrant center of commerce and culture. SMU, educating leaders for the 21st century.
NFL This Morning. Join Chris, Marv, Jackie, and Chris for a wild hour of pregame power. NFL This Morning, Sunday on Fox.
How would you describe your working relationship?
You want to take that?
Sure. Okay, I myself and 4 million other balls are spreading the word about the sourdough jack.
It's very unique. Sorry, you talk.
We start with grilled crunchy sourdough, then add a big juicy burger stacked with crispy bacon and melting cheese.
And it's especially hot now because we won't make it till you order it.
You're quite a team. Do you hang out together?
We went fishing once.
I don't want to talk about it.
You know these women. They are your sisters, your mothers, your friends, your co-workers. They may even be you. They may also be at risk for osteoporosis. Over 23 million women are. Osteoporosis makes the bones so fragile a sneeze can cause them to break. It's a threat to all women, and there are no warning signs, but it can be prevented and treated. Call your doctor for more information or call the Osteoporosis Business Coalition for a free guide on how to have healthy bones for life. It's information you need to stay in the fast lane.
Welcome back. Frogs looking at a 3rd and 7. This is a team, however, that has already assured itself of a postseason trip for the 2nd time in a row. And Dennis Franchione, needless to say, quite proud.
Well, we're very proud of the fact that we've been here 2 years. We've been able to go to back-to-back bowl games now. We've put together back-to-back winning seasons, which has not happened here in a number of years. Back-to-back bowl games, we would have to go back over 40 years. So we feel very good about being able to achieve that in the direction that we're going.
1958, the last time that TCU went to bowl games on back-to-back years. So quite an accomplishment for Franchione, who took over a 1-10 team just 2 short years ago. Printers out of the shotgun to throw. Got a nice block. Throws incomplete. Intended that time for Kevin Brown.
A great job by the right guard, Jeff Milliken, number 72, picking up a blitz on the outside, and that was a very solid block he laid in the pocket. Printers, let's see, you can see right here, number 72, and look at that block. I mean, that is a big block working against Justin Williams, a linebacker. Talk about getting physical as an offensive guard, I'll tell you what.
Kalaki to try what amounts to a 47-yard field goal now. He's got a lot of leg. He got a lot on this one if his direction is good, and it is not. Misses to the right. Had enough on it, just misdirected it a bit, not by much.
Kind of a delayed reaction by the officials there. It looked like an Australian rules football game.
It was. I'm glad I waited. Here's another look. Good snap, good hold.
Kalaki hits it strong, and like it was, oh, it just shades off the upright there. No wonder they waited.
So he didn't miss by much, but TCU comes up empty, and SMU takes over at the 29-yard line. McCown has not yet completed a pass. He's 0 for 3. Give this time to Phillips, and a flag is down. Russell Gary made the stop. We'll see about the flag.
Dropped by the line judge, and that might be illegal motion.
On the
catch him
defense,
for offside.
5-yard penalty, remains first down.
So the Mustangs catch a bit of a break.
Might have been Mr. Wilson lined up in the neutral zone.
TCU been assessed 15 yards in penalties thus far. And it'll be first down and 5. First time that SMU has been in this situation. They go out of the shotgun. Here's a quick pitch to Phillips, and Phillips will be stopped as he gets to about the 38-yard line. He'd be a couple yards short of the first down. Curtis Fuller on the stop for the Frogs. Now this is a team, remember, that came from the dregs, literally. They were 0-5 when last we saw them. And look at this, over their last 5 games, they put 33 on the board as opposed to 7, Dave.
Yeah, 7 points a game. And then they turned things around. And really, it was that game against Fresno State, that Thursday night game, that started the 4-game win streak.
Give to Phillips, and Phillips driving for the first down will be close. It'll depend on the spot. I think he might have gotten just enough. Aaron Schobel made the stop. Phillips had a pretty good push, and it is a first down.
A nice job by SMU there to keep the chains moving and to make sure that you try to keep Tomlinson and the TCU offense off the field. Quick look there at Phillips' numbers, and he's been a solid back. In fact, for SMU, you can get a number of different looks. They'll rotate 3 tailbacks in the game with Phillips, Briggs, and the true freshman Freeman.
Saw that Marshall score game. Saw earlier here on Fox Sports Net. What a great season for the Thundering Herd. Here's a little slant caught by Cardwell. Good for 5. Jason Goss on the stop.
Well, that's what SMU's going to have to do. You know, on obvious running downs, 1st and 10, 2nd and long, you want to go with a possession passing game, quick 3-step drop. Don't allow that great TCU defensive front to get involved. And Mike Cabin said, you know, we're going to use some screen passes, keep the defense off balance.
Give this time is to Briggs. Briggs runs to the left side and didn't get back to the line of scrimmage. Lost a yard, and now it'll be 3rd and 6.
Shannon Brazil. You get a look at number 41, and that's a nice job of finding your way through traffic and making a solid tackle on the ball carrier.
that game that we talked of a moment ago. 30 straight home wins back in West Virginia, 34-3. They beat the Bobcats. 11-0 this year. What a year. Here's a swing pass this time and nothing doing as Johnny Freeman cannot get started. Lost 3 yards on the play. And the Mustangs will have to give it up.
Oh, that's recognition by a cornerback. Number 27, Kendrick Patterson. That's just a nice play to come up, read the offensive set, read the swing pass, and make sure that you don't get any blockers in front of you before you make that tackle on the outside.
So Royce Huffman will be the deep man. I'll tell you a little about him in a moment. Low snap, but they didn't have the rush on. A twisting kick. Huffman runs up, makes a fair catch to the 25-yard line. Huffman is the punter, is the punt returner, is already lined up as a wide receiver in his career at TCU. He's carried the football. I'll tell you more about him right after I tell you to watch us every Sunday night for the Sunday Night Fights. Next time, December 12th, 7 o'clock. We're going to be in Miami for that one. The Sunday Night Fights right here on Fox Sports Net. I'll be there along with our amiable producer, Robert Steinfeld.
Can I come along to that one,
Absolutely.
Barry?
I've seen you at the fights. Single setback on first down. That's Tomlinson. He gets the call, and he doesn't get much. Mustang's doing a great job on Tomlinson thus far. Luke Johnson makes the stop. Just to finish that thought on Huffman, he does so much on this football team. So what does he do in the summer? He plays professional baseball in the Houston Astros organization.
I'll tell you, Luke Johnson isn't real impressed with that. Mr. Johnson's focused on football. You know, Huffman, probably the best player in the history of TCU baseball program.
Yeah, terrific player. Here's a toss this time to Scarborough. Makes the catch, but he's not going to get much more. Got about 6. It'll bring about a 3rd and 4. So far, LaDainian Tomlinson, 5 carries for -1.
And looking ahead in this football game, we're starting to see a trend offensively for TCU. Printer's coming to the line of scrimmage, and he's looking at 8, 9-man defensive fronts on first and second downs. I think we're going to see the Horned Frogs put the ball up here quite a bit early on their sets of downs.
They bring Brown way to the near side this time and bring Roberts in motion and give on a kind of a sprint draw to Tomlinson, and Tomlinson will be close to the first down. It'll depend on the spot, and I think they might spot him a little short. Well, they got a generous spot from the linesman, so now we're going to see.
Not many people have heard of LaDainian Tomlinson, but last week's game was not a fluke. He was leading the country early in the season in rushing, had the ankle injury, but you know, he's had 3 games over 250 yards, and he had a 300-yard rushing game earlier in the season, 269.
And he had, what was it, 118 yards, I think, in the first half last week of his 406-yard game. So.
Yeah, and that's what was really impressive. I mean, to go for 406 and only have 119 at the break. But he is, you know, originally the TCU coaching staff thought he was a guy who could get you 4 yards on every carry and occasionally get you a 20-yard run. But he's turned out to be the type of back that cannot be caught from behind for Dennis Franchione.
1 out of 3 on 3rd down conversions, but they did make that one. And it is a first down. And here's Printers on the keeper, and he's cracked. Loss of a yard. SMU defensively really up to it so far. Jason Simonton and Chris Post stood Printers up.
A heck of a play there by Simonton, who was really their leader on defense. Now look at the yards per carry. I mean, if LaDainian Tomlinson had as many carries as Ron Dane this year, he'd have over 2,400 yards.
That's pretty startling, isn't
it? It is. And we know that Mr. Dane gets to carry the ball a lot, but LT 43 carries last week against UTEP.
Printers this time give to Tomlinson again, and Tomlinson got back the 2 they lost the last time. But that's all. And it'll be 3rd and 9.
Well, this is a nice defensive game plan. Defensive coordinator Eric Schumann for SMU. And Knows a little bit about football in his playing days himself. Played for the legendary Paul Bear Bryant at Alabama from 73 to 1977, and he has come out with a wonderful game plan on first and second down here against TCU.
They go to the slot right this time on 3rd down and 9, and they bring Lane, the fullback, in motion. Going for it all, and Scarborough out there can't hang on. Printers floated that one a little bit. Scarborough had a step, but Raymond Brown was allowed to recover.
Well, that was an interesting play there by TCU. They faked the wide receiver screen, and then they tried to sneak Scarborough down the center of the field. Nice play design there, but also a fine defensive play in the secondary. Printers faked the screen and had to get the ball up with pressure in the defensive, or actually in the pocket, but Raymond Brown going high to deflect that ball away from Scarborough.
So Huffman to punt. Cunningham, the freshman, is the deep man. And a twisting kick. Huffman got knocked down. No flag, though. And it's going to go out of bounds. Relatively short. Going to be at the 36-yard line. So SMU will have reasonably good field position to start things.
Well, no secret when you set up a game plan against a back who's gone for 406 yards the previous week, you don't want him to get started early, and you do not want him to be the story of the game. SMU using numbers on the line of scrimmage, using their speed, done a good job on the between the tackles runs, but they've also been impressive stretching out the option play.
So the Mustangs start at the 36. It's been a field position game thus far. McCown, the quarterback, give to Phillips. Nothing doing. Stopped before he got back to the line of scrimmage. Worthen and Shanks.
A big number 95, Sean Worthen. I mean, he is a load inside. Very powerful. Dick Tomey, the head coach for Arizona, said this guy is one of the toughest defensive linemen to handle. He's so powerful. Now, you have to double team him, and teams have taken trying to trap him a little bit here over the last 2 or 3 games. A very difficult assignment across the defensive line.
Could be the last play of the quarter with 12 seconds remaining. Defenses have owned the first quarter on both sides. McCown throws, incomplete and intercepted. Picked off by Owens. And TCU will have it at the 43-yard line. It bounced off the hands of Damon Blewett and into the hands of Charlie Owens.
Well, McCown is not afraid to throw the ball into traffic from time to time. He's not afraid to throw the ball back against the grain, and that's got him into problems occasionally. But this is a pretty good ball right here. Just a little behind Blewett, and you know what? You got to lay that one on Josh McCown. If you're going to make a throw in traffic, you better lead the wide receiver. Did not keep the throw clean, the deflection, and a nice play by Owens.
And the Frogs have it at the 43-yard line. Play fake this time. Printers rolling to his right, will throw. Now he does throw, got a wide open man. It is caught by Lane, the fullback, and dropped. Had it in his hands, had nothing but green for at least 10 yards. Forgot to take the football with him. And with that, the end of the first quarter, and it was a defense-dominated quarter on both sides of the football. TCU and SMU in a scoreless tie. We'll be back.
This is our art. We sculpt in metal, paint in G-forces. You won't find our work in museums, for we are artists of the streets. Our art places form in harmony with function, moves body and soul. Cars are our passion. Engineering is our art. Acura.
The San Francisco International Auto Show, November 25th through December 5th, is your chance to see 800 cars from 40 manufacturers. While you're there, visit Sequoia Institute, the Bay Area's hands-on, high-tech automotive training center. We can take your passion for cars and turn it into a full-blown career. Call Sequoia Institute now and request our free introductory video, 800-509-5515.
Picture this. It's the weekend and your team's on the tube. But today's the day you got some fix-it jobs to do.
Can you get to Orchard, park, find what you need, get it paid for,
Thank you.
and still get home in time for the game?
Yes!
Orchard won't slow you down. Even on weekends, you can still get all your fix-it needs in one easy shop and be home for the game. Why get stuck? Shopping made easy. Orchard, complete hardware and garden.
The show for football fanatics.
What a hit!
NFL, college, even prep. Our all-pro team is all over it. Fox Sports Net Football News, weeknights at 6.
We welcome you back. Barry Tompkins, David Norrie, Jim Knox on the sidelines. There's a man who made the play to win the first quarter. Charlie Owens, as the quarterback, is now Patrick Bateau for TCU.
Be ready for a little more option game right here. This guy is one of the option masters in the country.
Second leading rusher for this team, so he will put it away and keep it. Play fake, he's going to throw. Does, and it is thrown behind the intended receiver, B.J. Roberts, and that was dangerously close to an interception, and words are exchanged between Kevin Garrett and the intended receiver, Roberts.
Well, Bateau is fresh in the game, and we take a look at our score there. Scoreless after a little more than a quarter, but Bateau fresh in the game, and on that last play, he led his tight end into a hard spot. And the hard spot was Garrett, the cornerback.
And it's one and done for Bateau as he comes out. Printers comes back into the ball game, and they'll go from the shotgun on third down. Printers straight back. Blitz comes. They pick it up. Ball's caught by Tomlinson. First down at the 45-yard line. And that could have been a lot more dangerous than that had Justin Williams not have made a fingertip tackle.
Well, Tommy Dorsey's going to come on a blitz. And this is the right call for the right defensive structure that shows. And look at the throw there, off the back foot by Printers. And Printers has shown the ability to throw the ball off balance, so much so that the coaching staff says, hey, we want to get him away from that a little bit, but certainly a nice play there to Tomlinson out of the backfield.
Yeah, their coaches say he throws the ball 50 yards with his feet screwed up like Hogan's goat. That was an exact quote from Dan Dodd, the offensive coordinator. Here's a pitch to Tomlinson. Tomlinson with a gap at the 40, 35. First down and out of bounds at the 31-yard line.
TCU snuck Bateau back in the game, and we'll see a lot of this. I mean, he offers some different challenges. He's a great option quarterback, and for the first time in this ball game, LT is given some freedom on the outside. And what a block by Chad Purcell leading the play there. Once again, Tomlinson with Huffman and Purcell leading the way. And look at the acceleration down the sideline.
So a real threat for the first time in the ballgame for either team. First down at the 31-yard line. Bateau still the quarterback. Give it straight ahead to Tomlinson on a trap. He gets to the 27. Tommy Dorsey makes the stop for the Mustangs.
Now TCU has to remain a little bit stubborn. Even though SMU is using 8, 9-man groupings in the box, now, they still have to use some run on first down. TCU does on offense. And they're starting to open up some holes and some creases on those first down runs.
Slot left this time. Bateau still the quarterback. They're out of the I formation. Scarborough comes in motion. And here's Bateau this time on the keep, but he didn't get much. SMU doing a great job defending that option. So Tomlinson, while his numbers may not be too dazzling right now, still has other goals in mind.
Definitely winning streak. There's no doubt about that. That's a no-brainer. You know, you don't really think about yards when you think about winning. You know, and being a conference champions and going to a bowl game.
2 of 5 on third down conversions. They're looking right now at a 3rd and 5.
This should be an option right here.
Long count. Bateau might be checking off here, and now they're going to call a timeout. So what they had called and what they were trying to change it to will remain in question, and we'll come back.
advanced technology doesn't have to be complicated. That every product must be meaningful. And the end result will make you smile. Open up to Samsung Digital. Samsung Digital. Everyone's invited.
Part of the fun of being an AT&T Cable Services customer is that there's always something good on. For everyone. All the time. That's one thing that will never change.
Hi, I'm Kathy Koo. We have a wide selection of digital cable packages to choose from, each with more special interest channels, more premium movie channels, and more pay-per-view. Call us today to find the one that's right for you.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. May I take your order?
Yeah. Is Jack there?
Just a moment.
This is Jack.
Mr. Box? Yeah, I'm really, really hungry. I was wondering what I should get.
How much you got?
About $1.
I'd go for 2 tacos for 99 cents. They'll fill you up, and they're really good.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Please pull up to the window.
The Sharks face the Kings Saturday at noon on Fox Sports Net.
Welcome back. It's a scoreless game just underway here in the second quarter. 12:47 remaining in a half. TCU with the first scoring threat of the game, but looking at a 3rd and 5. Printers in trouble, rolls away, buys some time, still in trouble, and goes down at the 31-yard line. A loss of 5, and it'll make for a long field goal try. Luke Johnson again having a great game thus far.
Oh, and he did not stop. He kept his motor running throughout that play and eventually tracked Printers down in the backfield. And when he arrived, he was careful to lay a bit of a smack on him as well right there.
And they mark it actually back even farther at the 33, and they're going to go here. They're not going to even attempt a 50-yard field goal. They're going out of the shotgun on 4th and 12. Printers straight back, throws, got a man, caught by Dunbar. Dunbar has the first down and more to the 10-yard line.
4 wide receivers, LaDainian Tomlinson in the backfield, and Dunbar was spread wide to the right. You'll see him come into your screen on the right side, the dig route. Nice crisp route by the receiver. The ball was delivered on time. Working against Kevin Garrett, the cornerback. And how about the poise that Printers is showing in the pocket? He is an exceptional young quarterback.
Gain of 23 and a first down right at the 10-yard line. Give it to Tomlinson. Tomlinson tries to dart back outside. Got 5. Simonton tripped him up.
The Printers at quarterback. A flag there on the last play, but the Printers at quarterback played at DeSoto High School, true freshman. Good numbers early in this football game, but he was the recipient of some fine coaching at DeSoto, and his coaching staff, they make sure that people know that as a high schooler, Printers had coaches around him that helped him develop, and he's played beyond his years.
After the play was over, personal foul on the offense. 15-yard penalty, 2nd down.
That's a tough one, a dead ball penalty. So it'll be 2nd down now, and they're going to spot this one all the way back at the 21-yard line.
Well, this is going to be spirited. I mean, remember, early in the season, Conference USA, they come a knocking. They say, we'll take TCU, SMU. Not so fast. Right. We're not going to invite the Mustangs. And tempers are running a little bit high down on the football field. This has been a long-standing rival.
So instead of 2nd and goal from the 5, it's 2nd and 20. And they got to burn another timeout. Printers was not happy to be doing that. Printers, the freshman, as you said, from DeSoto High School. And he's going to talk it over with the coaching staff. Long way to go. Some big plays coming up when we come back.
How would you describe your working relationship?
You want to take that?
Sure. Okay, I myself and 4 million other balls are spreading the word about the sourdough jack.
It's very unique. Sorry, you talk.
We start with grilled crunchy sourdough, then add a big juicy burger stacked with crispy bacon and melting cheese.
And it's especially hot now because we won't make it till you order it.
You're quite a team. Do you hang out together?
We went fishing once.
I don't want to talk about it.
Sunday is my day to relax and read the paper.
I love waking up on Sundays knowing the paper's waiting for me.
It's perfect for me just having Sunday because I don't have time to read during the week. I don't feel guilty about it. I just read it all on Sunday.
Sometimes the pink section is the only section I read, and it's still worth having it delivered.
Sunday mornings in the city are so cold. I don't want to go out to get the paper.
I can't imagine not having the paper delivered on Sunday.
Sunday really is sacred to me. It's the time when my husband and I really can talk and read and share articles in the paper. We love to do that.
I subscribe on Sunday only, and that's perfect for me.
What could be better than home delivery of the Sunday Examiner and Chronicle? How about 5 free Sundays to get you started? That's about $1.30 a week for Sunday delivery. Call now, and you'll also receive our exclusive Bay Area restaurant guide with our editor's picks of the best dining and values around town. And the Sunday Examiner and Chronicle now features USA Weekend, plus money-saving coupons are back. Don't miss this special offer of home delivery and your free restaurant guide. Call now.
Scoreless ball game with 10:54 left, and it's going to be 2nd and goal from the 20-yard line. But if anybody can get it done, Dennis Franchione feels it's his freshman quarterback. Boy, does he like him.
One of the special things about Casey, he is probably the smartest freshman quarterback I've ever been around. He has a great command of the game. He was coached very well in high school. And so building upon that has been much easier than maybe with most freshmen.
Well, we mentioned this earlier, but Dennis said best freshman he's been around in 20 years of coaching, and that is high praise. Tall order here, though. Here's a hitch for Dunbar at the 20, at the 15, got to about the 13-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and goal from the 13. Luke Croy ran that play down. Coming up next, of course, Louisiana Tech and USC, and I'll tell you what, if I'm Paul Hackett, I'm a little concerned.
I'm more than a little concerned. Tim Rattay, and I'm going to take the headphones off and get in front of a TV after this one. I want to see him play again. He is one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the country, hands down.
He's got a little brother coming up, too, playing high school down in Phoenix. And here's Printers checking off on 3rd and goal. SMU jumping around on defense. Printers will throw. Got time. Throws end zone. Scarborough can't catch up to it. Ball was thrown too far. James Orr defending. We were talking about Tim Rattay, and here you get an idea. He's ahead of some pretty big names amongst passers in the NCAA, Dave.
Breeze, Hamilton, a couple of big-time Heisman Trophy candidates there, and of course Chris Redmond at Louisville, but Tim Rattay leading the way.
And Redmond expected most likely to be the first quarterback taken in the NFL draft. Kalaki will now try a 30-yard field goal to put the first points of the day on the board. Hits this one, and this one he's got. It's good, but a flag is down, so let's hold on here for a moment. Flag is down. And let's see what the flag is about. I believe it's going to go against SMU because TCU is coming off the field.
There's no foul on the play. Field goal is good.
So the field goal stands from 30 yards out. It is a 3-0 ball game. TCU leads, 10:02 left, first half.
This time of year seems like you just can't win. The shopping, the traffic, the weather. It's like this endless game. Good thing there's the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event because everyone wins. You can get huge cash back or low APR financing or great smart lease offers on these great Chevrolets. The cars and trucks you can depend on. So, don't roll the dice this holiday season. Get to the Chevy Make Your Money Count year-end event. It's your turn to...
Welcome to Jack in the Box. May I take your order?
Yeah. Is Jack there?
Just a moment.
This is Jack.
Mr. Box? Yeah, I'm really hungry. I was wondering what I should get.
How much you got?
About $1.
I'd go for 2 tacos for 99 cents. They'll fill you up, and they're really good.
Okay, Thanks.
You're welcome. Please pull up to the window.
I love sports. Baseball, stock car racing, football, basketball. You know, watching sports, that is what I love about cable. Now with AT&T digital cable, I get even more. On new channels like ESPN News, Outdoor Life, ESPN Classic Sports, all through the cable I already have. I wish there were more hours of the day. You know what I would do? Fishing. I would watch more fishing. Yeah, so many sports, so little time.
AT&T digital cable. For more sports, call now.
The Sharks face the Kings Saturday at noon on Fox Sports Net.
Coming up at the break, Kellen Winslow and I will have scores and highlights from around the country, including an update on the race for the second spot in the BCS poll. Nebraska is taking on Colorado. Virginia Tech faces Boston College. That and plenty more is ahead on the Nissan Halftime Report right now. Let's go back to Barrett.
All right, thanks, Kevin. 3-0 ball game here. TCU on the board, but it took them 20 minutes and change to get there. Gilacki will kick it away. Cunningham and Caldwell, the deep men. Cardwell, that is, the deep men for the Mustangs. Cunningham, just a freshman. It's going to be Phillips and Cunningham this time deep for the Mustangs. Cunningham going to be quite a player, I think, before he's all done at SMU. Gilacki's kick very short, but very high. It's going to be taken by one of the up men. Taken away, actually, by Michael Brown, and Brown gets it back to about the 27-yard line. It's not a bad idea. Kick it a little shorter and get some air time.
Well, those short kicks can become a little bit dicey for a return team. If you get enough air under the ball, then you got tight ends and fullbacks that are making the catch. They're not experienced, and they don't get to make the grab very often on a kickoff return. Remember, those fullbacks and tight ends and linebackers, they can use a fair catch signal on a kickoff. You can't just use it on a punt. You can use it on a kickoff as well.
McCown this time pitch to Phillips. Phillips trying to get outside and finally is stood up, and TCU says our ball, and the officials, let's see, yes, TCU ball. Big break for TCU. I think they just took it away from Phillips.
Well, this is textbook gang tackling. And Phillips, usually a reliable ball carrier, the type of guy that thinks about ball security, but look at the defenders. That was McCarthy. I mean, that was McCarthy getting in there and making the strip. It's a fine play to stick with the ball carrier, and he turns it back over to his offense.
And the Frogs right back in business. Give it to Tomlinson, slips outside, gets to the 20-yard line. Right now, we'll be going over to the studio right after this. TCU leading at 3-0, 9:30, just inside 9:30 remaining first half. Tomlinson picking up 5 on first down. Scarborough comes in motion. And they give us to Tomlinson again, tries the right side, only got a couple. Got to the 20-yard line. Right now, let's take a Dr. Pepper game break as we go back to the College Football Saturday studios and Kevin Frazier. Kevin?
Guys, Virginia Tech trying to hold on to the second spot in the BCS poll, taking on Boston College. Michael Vick, a redshirt freshman, and that's arm strength. The 59-yard pass to Andre Davis. Tech cruising right now, 24-0. Let's go back to Barrett.
24-0 in that ballgame, David. And, of course, conventional wisdom would say they need to score a whole bunch of points against a ranked team to assure themselves of that second spot.
I thought BC would play a little bit tougher than that.
I think Virginia Tech's just that good. Printers throws this one away. I think they're the real deal. I really do.
Well, you got a bit of a question mark on the Hokies' schedule strength, and they fought that all year long. But it looks like Nebraska is going to have to come up very big against Colorado and the Big 12 championship game if they're going to catch Virginia Tech.
And when Virginia Tech has played against ranked teams, they've played very well. BC is ranked 20 right now. And, of course, you saw Syracuse was ranked relatively highly when they played them, and it was 62-zip. Kalaki to try another field goal. This one he'll hit at the 27, a 37-yard effort. Got plenty under it, but is it good? Yes, it is, and it is a 6-0 ball game. Again, SMU keeping TCU out of the end zone. A pair of field goals the difference in the game, and the Horned Frogs lead it 6-0.
I am a Pokemon master. I've captured all 150 types of monsters. I've come prepared to do battle with Pikachu, Mewtwo, Bulbasaur.
Burger King is a mile down the road on the right.
Thanks, mister.
Must be Tuesday.
Yep.
Every Tuesday night is Pokemon Trading Night. Bring your kids in for a tasty Burger King Big Kids Meal dinner and let them trade their cards and toys. It makes a parent's life a little easier, not to mention a Pokemon traders. Pokemon and the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
Tahoe, like a rock.
Kickoff for the Horned Frogs.
TCU extending their lead to 6-0. A little over 8 minutes to go here in the second quarter, and Chad McCarty with the strip on Rodnick Phillips created the scoring chance for TCU.
Credit SMU's defense, though, keeping them out of the end zone. Remember, both these teams with prolific offenses. Again, the short man Brown, and Brown gets it back this time to about the 36-yard line. Let's look back on that play that was made by McCarty that allowed the second field goal ultimately.
Well, defenses and techniques have changed over the last 10, 15 years. Players are taught to get the ball carrier, stand him up, then strip the football. And Bayer was in there, number 48, but Chad McCarty, number 92, was the individual that fought the ball free. TCU cashed in.
So the Mustangs, who have been unable to do very much at all offensively, start this time just across the 36. McCown will throw on first down. Does so, caught by Freeman. Freeman trying to get away and can't. Tackled right about the line of scrimmage. Chad Bayer makes the stop. And all of that was good for absolutely nothing. So it'll be 2nd and 10. There's that game that Kevin was talking about. Nebraska doing a job at the half on Colorado. So each team involved in that BCS race doing what it needs to do. 2nd and 10. McCown out of the shotgun. And McCown on a quarterback draw, and he's caught from behind by Kyle Williams. SMU trying to give the Horned Frogs different looks, but everything they've tried has come up empty thus far.
We talked about the SMU game plan and the way the Mustangs have had success early against LaDainian Tomlinson, but this TCU defense, this is a very tough outfit, and they go with an 8-man front. They get 5 DBs involved, and they're showcasing their speed here early against SMU.
Well, the Mustangs coaching staff said that this is going to be the fastest team, or rather the Horned Frogs coaching staff said SMU is going to be the fastest team that they've seen since Arizona. There's a flag down as McCown gets out of harm's way and has a first down at midfield, but let's see about the flag, and I have an idea this one may be back. Coming back it is. Going to be a hold against the Mustangs.
Nice escape back there by McCown. Looked like he was stopped for a short gain, made a terrific scramble, and Mike Cabin, that look on his face knowing that it's a great play that's going to go by the boards for SMU.
Well, Mike Cabin started this season 0-5, and
on the offense, 10-yard penalty, remains 3rd down.
Always had his head high as we take another look at that last play.
Adami looking like he's doing some explaining there in the backfield. McCown, and there it is. There's a left hand at the top of the screen. They get caught for the hold, and McCown, a nice job of pulling the football down decisively.
And they mark it from the point of the foul, so it's going to go all the way back to the 19-yard line and bring about a 3rd and 27. Pressure comes. McCown gets Freeman with the pass, but He's going to be stopped back at the 21-yard line, a gain of 2. Chad Bayer again on the stop, calling that name a lot today, the sophomore out of Smithville, Texas.
Once again, TCU reacting well on defense, but McCown, a nice job there. A lot of people watching this game may say, hey, why not take a shot to pick up the first down? But you have to be smart. It's a 6-0 ball game. SMU has a share of the conference title riding on this football game. Nice safe throw by McCown. Live to fight another day.
Just to finish that thought about Mike Cavan, his team started 0-5. They've won 4 in a row. Here's a fumble. And it is still loose, and TCU is going to get it, and it's not going to matter who gets it because TCU is going to have a first down and goal inside the 10-yard line. And he just flat dropped it. I didn't see that as a bad snap from center.
Yeah, Vadheim has an opportunity to get this off. And wow. And last possession, SMU coughs up the football, and they make an even bigger mistake on a special teams play here. That's a perfect snap. And you have to count on your punter to make the catch 100 out of 100 times, and clearly that's on his mind right now on the sidelines.
Bateau in at quarterback now for the Horned Frogs. They go into power I formation. And Bateau rolls right. He's going to throw, and he does underneath. In fact, throws it away, and a flag comes in late. And that's a flag that is thrown in an area where we can get roughing the pass. They're going to say grounding. They're going to say grounded the ball.
Well, this call doesn't surprise me much, Barry, because Bateau, the rules in college football have become a lot more strict in this regard. You have to get the ball close to a receiver, not just in the neighborhood, but close to a receiver. And you cannot throw the football away for the sake of just unloading it.
Intentional grounding on the offense. Lost it down.
That's a big one.
Well, TCU will at least benefit from a rule change in '99, and that rule change is you don't tack on extra yardage. The ball is placed at the spot where the grounding took place, and so they don't get penalized with an extra 5 yards.
Bateau remains the quarterback. Second down and goal, and now it's back at the 24-yard line. And Bateau straight back to throw. Throws, and it's caught by Roberts. Great catch. And another flag is down. Back at the 30-yard line, and I think this one's going to come back. Well, the Horned Frogs have been handed some very good opportunities, and they have not taken advantage of them. At least not to the fullest.
I think the culprit was Milliken.
Holding on the offense. 10-yard penalty. Remains second down.
And now they've gone from first and goal inside the 10-yard line to second down and goal. And this is going to be marked way back.
Jeff Milliken was working against Warry Birdwell, the true freshman from Mission, Texas. And it's going to come right at the end of the play. Bateau, play action, looking at the post corner route, and you can just pick it up at the bottom of your screen on the release.
Negated a great catch by B.J. Roberts.
Also took TCU out of field goal range.
That's even more significant. Printers back at quarterback now. 50 yards in penalties now against the Frogs. Printers throws to Tomlinson, slips the first tackler, gets to the 20-yard line, inside the 20 to the 19. Boy, Tomlinson just slipped right by the first guy who had a real bead on him.
Well, Tommy Dorsey was the safety that got a taste of LaDainian Tomlinson's running ability after the catch. And you wonder about, how can a running back go for 406 yards in a Division 1A game? Watch this move after the catch. You get a shot of Printers in the pocket, but watch the move right here. That is God-given talent and great balance for a running back.
You're right. You can't coach that. So now it's third and goal from the 19, but they are back at field goal range. Tomlinson gets the call and only got a couple to the 17. It'll be a 34-yard field goal try for Kalaki. Jason Simonton made the stop.
Well, if you're talking to Mike Cavan, the head coach for SMU, he's got to be happy with the way they've taken care of Tomlinson so far, but the turnovers have clearly been distressing.
He's got to feel like he's dodged a bullet, though, even if Kelaki makes good on this.
Absolutely. In each one of the instances, SMU's defense has risen to the task and forced a field goal attempt.
34-yard try this time. And it is on its way, and it is no good. He missed it. And that's the second one he's missed, and that's a big break for SMU if they can take advantage of this opportunity.
And for now, Vadheim is off the hook.
Sure, that was a big sigh of relief for him. He just missed this.
He hooked it. He came over the top of it, and that field goal try never looked good from the minute he struck it.
So it remains a 6-0 ball game. SMU has been able to generate only, well, none in terms of offense. -7 yards of offense thus far for SMU. McCown on a shovel pass this time to Cardwell, and he doesn't get much. He got about 4. Let's take a look at our National Car Rental game summary thus far with 3:39 left and a half. And as you see that yardage for SMU, they have just been able to generate 0. In fact, less than 0.
Yeah, -7 yards. That's pretty ugly right there. And what's happening is TCU up front with their talent and their athleticism on the defensive line, they're just outplaying SMU. And what SMU is going to have to do is they're going to have to get McCown to put the ball up on 1st and 2nd downs and make some hay in the passing game.
Very lucky, though, to be less than a touchdown behind. Or less than a touchdown in the conversion. The throw to Phillips is still going to be short of the 1st down. Terrence Maiden on the tackle.
Well, what SMU has done over the course of this 4-game winning streak on offense to be successful is they've recognized they have shortcomings along the offensive front. So what do? They make sure that they don't have to protect very long. The screen passes, 3-step drops, move Josh McCown, and that's what SMU is going to have to continue to do. They're going to have to go forward with a big dose of passing game.
Haven't made a 3rd down conversion yet today. This is their 5th try. This time they do, and Phillips breaks it and has the 1st down at the 38-yard line. LeVar Veal made the stop, but a 1st down for SMU, and that's got to give this team at least a little bit of a lift.
Now, fine interior running by Phillips. He's going to step through a tackle at the line of scrimmage. He's getting some good blocking there along his front as well. I mean, the big guys working along the right side, McCarthy and Adami, springing him for yardage.
1st down just short of the 38. McCown will throw. In trouble, hit as he threw, and I mean he was really whacked by Sean Worthen. Well, you talked about him, and you talked about what opposing coaches have said about him, and he showed you the whole deal right there.
Well, if you're a quarterback, you don't want to take too many of these. Now, you're looking at a 6'1", 300-pound defensive tackle, and he takes McCown right on the chin.
So it'll be 2nd and 10. Straight back McCown. Here's a screen this time for Freeman. Freeman grabbed and stopped and lost the ball, and it's picked up this time by Gary, and Gary will give TCU another opportunity inside the 45-yard line. Freeman, trying to fight for yardage, had the ball pop right out.
And it was Russell Gary that came up with the recovery. When you talk about teams having some variety with the number of running backs, and SMU can go to 3 running backs, but when you substitute and you go to a true freshman, you run the risk of a guy coming off the bench and giving the ball up. And I think there's a chance his knee was down early. Brazil was in there, number 41, and stripped the football, but if we can get another look, I thought Freeman's knee was pretty close to being down at the end of that run.
4th turnover of the day. 4th turnover of the half with 1:55 remaining. And still, SMU only trails by 6. Ball at the 44. Bateau, the quarterback. Play action. And Bateau is wrapped up for a sack that time by Marcus Pratt. Well, while the SMU offense has been unable to do any business, the SMU defense has been nothing short of brilliant.
Well, they've kept the Mustangs in this football game. As we tick down on a minute and a half, TCU with no timeouts to work with. But Marcus Pratt and Luke Johnson, working at the defensive end positions, have done a great job here in the first half. Putting a lot of pressure on both Bateau and Printers.
Second down, 18. Bateau started to think about the draw and then is wrecked again by Shaborda. Just a reminder that coming up at halftime, we'll have the Nissan halftime report. Kellen Winslow, Kevin Frazier tell you everything going on in this day in college football. Special day it is because the two BCS teams, Marshall, completing an undefeated season, thus far undefeated regular season at least.
How about that thundering herd?
Oh, they're unbelievable and have been since they became D1.
Pennington has had a super year at quarterback.
Given a draw play this time to Tomlinson, trying to get outside. Can't do it. Contained again by Tracy Hart. And so TCU goes backwards.
A smart play by here, actually smart decision by SMU to use one of their timeouts. 27 seconds left in the half. You got a number of options. You can go after the punt, look for the block, maybe set up a return. If you get the ball back deep in your own territory, I'm not sure Mike Cavan's going to try much on offense, especially with the turnovers that have taken place here in the second quarter. You know, Mike Cavan was a heck of a quarterback at the University of Georgia in the late 60s. In fact, he was the SEC Rookie of the Year in '68. Took his team to a conference title. Knows what it's like to be back in the pocket under duress.
And that's Royce Huffman, who is the punter. He's also the punt returner. And I have to say, all the years I've been around this game, I don't remember anybody being both a punter and a punt returner.
That's amazing. And first team All-American third baseman, owns virtually every record in the TCU baseball record book.
It's a twisting kick, fair catch called by Cunningham, but he can't catch up to it, and he smartly lets it go. And it'll go dead at the 19-yard line. So SMU again will have a long field with 16 seconds, and I would have to think they will think of discretion as the better part of valor and likely take a knee or run a fairly safe play and let the half expire down 6. And I think they've done pretty well to be down just 6. And a reminder again, the Nissan halftime report with Kevin and Kellen have all the scores and all the highlights of all the big games that were played today. Virginia Tech, of course, and Nebraska playing simultaneously. They were right about the half. The last time we checked in, each was winning and winning handsomely. And, of course, big cross-state rivalry here in the state of Texas. Texas and Texas A&M, a game that took on even more significance this time around than it has in all the previous years. So we come to the end of the first half, but the TCU defense has really done an excellent job. So is the SMU defense. I mean, I think both defenses clearly dominant.
TCU, when they recruit, they get 2 big tackles, and the other 9 members of the squad, they look for speed, and they have showcased that speed in the first half. They've bottled up the running backs. Their pursuit has been excellent, and Josh McCown just has not had a chance to get outside the pocket and create plays, the kind of plays he's made during the 4-game winning streak.
All right now let's go down to the field. Jim Knox with Dennis Franchione.
All right, thank you, Barry. Coach, right now a lot of people expected an offensive show, but the defense really still in the show this afternoon. You have to be pleased with what the Horned Frogs are playing right now.
Well, our defense has played well all year, and it's playing well right now. Theirs is too. Both defenses playing well.
Talk about the offense. How do you jump start it in the second half?
Well, we got to quit hurting ourselves with penalties. We've been down there and had a couple of foolish ones that have hurt us, and we're going to have to work hard to get our yards and our points against our defense, but we may need to run at them a little bit more and try to settle them down a little bit.
All right, best of luck in the second half. Dennis Franchione, TCU head football coach right now. Halftime in Fort Worth. TCU leading SMU 6-0. Right now, let's head to the Nissan halftime report with Kevin Frazier and Kellen Winslow.
Jim, thanks a lot. And yeah, turnovers killing, well, not turnovers, but not capitalizing, killing TCU so far. Welcome to the Nissan halftime report. Special edition of College Football Saturday. As always, I am joined by the Hall of Famer, Kellen Winslow. And actually, SMU should feel lucky because the Mustangs could be in a really deep hole right now.
They really could. They could be 21 points more down than they are right now because of the situation in this ball game. Missed opportunities on turnovers. When you get those turnovers, you've got to capitalize. If not 6, definitely 3 points. SMU, very lucky that TCU has not done that.
Yeah, all right. Let's get to the highlights from across the country. And Virginia Tech continues to play the BCS numbers game as they try to hold on to the second spot and lock down an invite to the Sugar Bowl. Today, the Hokies hosting number 22 Boston College. Sharon Smith from 3 yards stiff from 3 yards out. 7-0 Hokies at that point. Let's jump to the second quarter. And here comes Michael Vick, and this kid just has talent.
He gets better every ball game I see him. Setting up in the pocket, delivering the ball. I like his nice high release that gives the ball the up and down effect. Gives the receiver a chance to run up under it. Later in the second, again, is Vick rolling to his left, his natural side. Look at that arm strength. Not the prettiest pass, but it's 59 yards downfield. Hokies up 21-0.
Kelly, he's a redshirt freshman. That is the score, 24-0 right now. At the half, Virginia Tech, Sharon Smith had a 3-yard run. Vick, 5 of 6, 167 yards and 2 touchdowns. Meanwhile, the team pressing the Hokies in the polls. Number 3, Nebraska facing Colorado. And right now, Nebraska leading 24-3. Eric Crouch, 10 carries, 107 yards in that game, so Nebraska also putting on a show. Now, earlier in the week, Virginia Tech kind of caught a break when the BCS announced it would not count Division I AA playoff games, which is important because the Hokies played James Madison, and a loss by the Dukes could have hurt Tech's strength of scheduled numbers.
I don't believe it. In the middle of the season, you get a chance to change the rules. All my calculations go out the window right now because I thought Nebraska, based on the fact that Virginia Tech played James Madison playing Division I AA playoffs, they lose, that's going to hurt Virginia Tech. Now I've got to go back and refigure to the 100th of a 10th of a point of whether or not this is going to happen. I don't think it will, even if they win. Look at here. Florida State clinched. Virginia Tech looking real good now, beating on Boston College, Nebraska. Even with beating Colorado and beating on Texas next week, I don't think they're going to get a chance to pass Virginia Tech. But Tennessee, look, Tennessee still an outside chance. If somebody loses, they can sneak in like Florida State did last year, and we'll have a rematch of the BCS championship game last year.
Do you understand how long it took Kellen to do that math?
It took a while. I'm still figuring out some things.
Don't forget, it'll be Nebraska and Texas in the Big 12 championship game. Still plenty ahead on this edition of the Nissan Halftime Report. We're at the break in Fort Worth. Close game. TCU leads 6-0.
Building projects like these are going on throughout the Western Athletic Conference as WAC schools continue to enhance and upgrade their athletic facilities. On all 8 campuses, new construction or renovations have either recently been completed, are underway, or are in the planning stages. This clearly demonstrates that the universities of the WAC are committed to their athletic programs as the 21st century begins. At the Western Athletic Conference, we are certainly building for the future.
Tired of constant demands for new technology? Fortunately, there's CDW, the industry's leading direct solutions provider, where a dedicated account manager uses the buying power of a Fortune 1000 company to custom configure solutions to your needs. CDW makes technology easy, so you're free to enjoy the rest of your day. CDW, computing solutions built for business.
What do you do while your battery is charging? Well, now, you could just keep working. Because Skill just created the dual source power system, the first cordless tools with a corded backup. So you can finish what you start, which is a much more satisfying use of time. Dual source. Only from Skill.
Presenting the new Italian Originals Pizza Trio from Domino's. Tender prosciutto, Italian sausage, tender prosciutto, spicy pepperoni. New Pizza Trio, $10.99, $10.99, $10.99.
New Domino's Italian Originals Pizza Trio. Prosciutto ham, Italian sausage, and spicy pepperoni. So much amore delivered hot for only $10.99.
New Pizza Trio!
Hey there, time for a holiday. So switch off your computers and take a national holiday with National Car Rental. Spend some time with National Heroes. Or visit a national treasure. Join the National Football League. Or take your kids to a national park. But wherever you go, National will get you there fast. Because with hundreds of locations nationwide, it's hard to find a place that's not a national city. Whoa! National Car Rental. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
Hank here's been selling hot dogs for over 20 years. He remembers when they were under $1.
Ain't much you can get for $1 now.
Unless you dial 1010-220. Then all calls up to 20 minutes are only 99 cents and just 9 cents a minute after that. I told you, remember?
I thought you had taken too many hits. But then I dialed 1010-220. And Doug is right. I dial any day, any time. And I can talk up to 20 minutes for only 99 cents. Thanks, Doug.
Hey, anything for a pal.
Great. Hey, can you sign this for me?
Sure.
1010-220.
The show for football fanatics. NFL, college, even prep. Our all-pro team is all over it. Fox Sports Net Football News, weeknights at 6.
Welcome back to the Nissan Halftime Report in this very special edition of College Football Saturday. Thousands of mourners turned out last night in College Station to pay tribute to the 12 students that perished in last week's tragic accident at the school. And today, the Aggie football team took the field against arch-rival Texas with heavy hearts and thoughts of their fallen classmates. Before the game, Texas A&M players gathered to pray, fans also. The flag at half-mast outside the stadium and jets flying over to pay tribute to those who perished in that terrible accident. Aggies show a lot of heart today coming back, Kellen.
In the fourth quarter, trailing 16-13, that's Randy McCown to Matt Baumberger for the 14-yard touchdown. Turned out to be the winning catch.
20-16, the final score. Jamar Toombs, 37 carries, 126 yards, and 2 TDs on today. Meanwhile, a game seen right here on Fox Sports Net, 12th-ranked Marshall hosting Ohio. Chad Pennington in the second quarter to David Foy, 3-0 at that point. More Pennington in the fourth quarter.
Is he real? A lot of people think he is. His stock will rise and fall based on the college all-star games he gets a chance to play in, Senior Bowl and the East-West Shrine game.
Pennington's numbers, 25 of 37, 378 yards today, 3 touchdowns. His 34 touchdowns this season leads the nation. And let's get back to Texas A&M. And they really could have given up today and just when they trailed early, but the Aggies showed a lot of heart.
Yeah, at one point, Kevin, the score was 16-6. Like Texas might put the final blow in the coffin for Texas A&M, but then they went in the locker room at halftime, and whatever R.C. Slocum said to them really worked because they came out fired up, especially defensively, just hopping around. That's young Chris Sims getting his first start because Major Applewhite was out with a stomach flu, and they really just bounced this kid around, and eventually they had to go back to the emergency quarterback, Major Applewhite, because Chris Sims just could not handle the pressure that Texas A&M was laying on with the blitz from all different angles.
Yeah, now Texas awaits Nebraska as the Huskers will obviously look to avenge their only loss of the season. Revenge also a factor in Oklahoma. Oklahoma State rivalry as the Sooners look to avenge last year's loss to the Cowboys, and Keller and I will be there for the Bedlam as soon as our day is done. We are leaving on a jet plane headed for Norman, and we'll be there live for tomorrow's Oklahoma State matchup. Still ahead, we take a peek at the bowl picture as it begins to take shape. For the second consecutive year, the Badgers are going bowling in Pasadena. You're watching the Nissan Halftime Report.
The Warriors are back on Fox Sports Net, and Jameson, Starks, and Marshall are ready to do battle with the best in the NBA.
Tipped in, Jameson tipped it in with 4 seconds left.
Thursday night, the Warriors will try to lower the boom on the Sonics. The Warriors try to slow down Gary Payton and the Sonics Thursday night at 7:30. The NBA is back. 30 Warriors games exclusively on Fox Sports Net.
It was the holidays in Cellular Town. And all was not well.
What happened here?
It's cellular, sir. The long distance bill. He signed a contract.
Here, the Sprint PCS free and clear plan gives you crystal clear calls for as little as a dime anytime.
Hey, Sprint PCS!
From anywhere in their nationwide network.
Hey, everyone!
500 minutes for $50 a month from Sprint PCS.
Look around. Construction everywhere. Freeways packed with cars. Someone's going to use state-of-the-art technology to keep homes and offices warm and cool. And someone's going to use computers to keep those cars performing. That someone could be you with the help of Sequoia Institute. The job market is hot for those with training. So call Sequoia now in nearby Fremont and ask about the financial aid for those who qualify. Sequoia, the hands-on high-tech training center.
1-800-509-5513.
The word is about. There's something evolving. Whatever may come, the world keeps revolving. They say the next big thing is here, that the revolution's near. But to me it seems quite clear that it's all just a little bit of history repeating.
Picture this. It's the weekend and your team's on the tube. But today's the day you got some fix-it jobs to do. Can you get to Orchard, park, find what you need, get it paid for,
Thank you.
and still get home in time for the game? Yes! Orchard won't slow you down. Even on weekends, you can still get all your fix-it needs in one easy shop and be home for the game. Why get stuck? Shopping made easy. Orchard, complete hardware and garden.
A brand new tradition begins. It's a new era of Cal basketball. Their first game ever at Haas Pavilion. Cal faces Pacific, Saturday night only on Fox Sports Net.
Welcome back to the Nissan Halftime Report in this special edition of College Football Saturday. So far, only one of the BCS Bowls has been set as teams continue to jockey for postseason position. Ron Dane and Wisconsin are headed to their second consecutive Rose Bowl.
Run!
Pac-10 champ
Go,
Stanford
big fella.
will have to try and figure out a way to stop Kellen's favorite player, the big running
Pasadena's
back
in New York.
from New Jersey, and the Badgers bounce back from a disappointing early season loss to Cincinnati to finish with a flair. The same cannot be said for these teams. Arizona began the year with national championship hopes. John Cooper got a new contract. His team still flopped. Another disappointing campaign for both Notre Dame and West Virginia. And yes, Carl Torbush will return to North Carolina, but it's only because Jim Donnan would not take the job. Meanwhile, one team that is not on that list, but Kellen is very disappointed in the Penn State Nittany Lions.
The Nittany Lions, Kevin, they started off #1 on some of the polls as far as preseason rankings were concerned. Then it all fell apart after they lost to Minnesota. But here against Ohio State, they looked dominant. Defensively, we thought that this team could stop a lot of people. Then against Minnesota, 4th and 19th, the ball's kicked off the young man's foot, and it's picked up by the Gophers. The Gophers go on and beat Penn State. Then they lost games to Michigan State and to Michigan. Penn State just fell apart after their loss to Minnesota. I know Joe Paul and his entire staff is disappointed in the performance of his club the last 3 ball games of the season.
And because they fell apart, Penn State is headed to the Alamo Bowl, but still, it's the 30th time in 34 years that Paterno has led his team to a postseason game. Our game, meanwhile, in Fort Worth is at the half.
In recent government crash tests, no other SUV outperformed the Nissan Pathfinder in driver front impact collisions, passenger front impact collisions, driver side or passenger side impact collisions. You might say it's like being taken off the endangered species list.
Morning, Bob.
Morning, guys.
Sorry to rush you, but we're running a little late.
No problem. Lots to do today. Big day.
All right.
Got those Miller contracts to get out.
Yeah?
Got the Peabody mess to sort through.
Uh-huh.
And the guys upstairs breathing down my neck.
Yeah, go, huh?
Work has a way of cutting us off from the outside world.
See you at 5, Bob.
So find out what happened between 9 and 5 in The Examiner, the afternoon paper.
We know advanced technology doesn't have to be complicated, that every product must be meaningful. And the end result will make you smile. Open up to Samsung Digital. Samsung Digital. Everyone's invited.
Hello.
Hi, I'm calling about digital bonus minutes from GTE Wireless.
Oh, cool.
Get up to 500 extra anytime minutes every month.
Cool.
So, talk anytime you want for as long as you want.
Cool.
Plus, get an internet-capable digital phone for just $49.95 after rebate.
Cool.
Best of all, bonus minutes won't melt away with the holidays. Get them every month for as long as you stay on the plan.
Way cool.
Digital bonus minutes from GTE Wireless, powered by Lucent Technologies.
How cool is that?
Getting dressed for work used to be simple. Blue or gray. But now that the work environment has become, well, more relaxed, dressing's followed suit. Which is why we can help you look like you're ready for business, no matter what type of business you're in. With, of course, a few possible exceptions.
The Men's Warehouse.
You're going to like the way you look. I guarantee it.
The Sharks face the Kings Saturday at noon on Fox Sports Net.
Out with Jerry DiNardo, in with the two-quarterback system at SMU, and LSU, and how about it? It's working. Louisiana State leads number 17 Arkansas 21-3 in the third quarter. Now let's get back to TCU and SMU, and Kellen, what kind of adjustments do you expect the Horned Frogs to make for the second half?
They've got to get back to doing what they do best. Coach Denny Franchione said it just before the halftime. Settling his team down, they're going to go back to Tomlinson, and they're going to run that football, and he's going to get big yardage.
All right, we will look to see a lot of Tomlinson in the second half. We'll also look to hear from Barry Tompkins and David Norrie as they handle the call. We are headed back to Fort Worth after the break. You are watching a special edition of College Football Saturday. TCU leads.
The excitement of buying a new car never gets old. And if you go here, finding that new car or truck will never be easier. Search your new car by year, make, model, and price. You can even research warranty, road test, and safety information. So if there's a new car on your horizon, go here. AutomallUSA.com.
The best thing is, they weren't even my pants.
All season long, it's rumbling, bumbling, stumbling football under the lights. It's ESPN Sunday Night Football.
Brought to you locally by McAfee.com. Repair and upgrade your computer over the internet.
Sunday is my day to relax and read the paper.
I love waking up on Sundays knowing the paper's waiting for me.
It's perfect for me just having Sunday because I don't have time to read during the week. I don't feel guilty about it. I just read it all on Sunday.
Sometimes the pink section is the only section I read, and it's still worth having it delivered.
Sunday mornings in the city are so cold. I don't want to go out to get the paper.
I can't imagine not having the paper delivered on Sunday.
Sunday really is sacred to me. It's the time when my husband and I really can talk and read and share articles in the paper. We love to do that.
I subscribe on Sunday only, and that's perfect for me.
What could be better than home delivery of the Sunday Examiner and Chronicle? How about 5 free Sundays to get you started? That's about $1.30 a week for Sunday delivery. Call now, and you'll also receive our exclusive Bay Area restaurant guide with our editor's picks of the best dining and values around town. And the Sunday Examiner and Chronicle now features USA Weekend. Plus, money-saving coupons are back. Don't miss this special offer of home delivery and your free restaurant guide. Call now.
Do rich people deserve more space than the rest of us? Was technology meant to improve their lives alone? Do the stars shine for their eyes only? Introducing the Century 2000 Special Edition. During Buick's Countdown to 2000 event, get 2.9% APR GMAC financing or a Millennium offer with $1,000 cash back and $500 Millennium Package discount. The new Century 2000 by Buick. A luxury car for everyone.
Rexstores.com, Rexstores.com for your electronic needs.
Right now, shop online at Rexstores.com and get a big screen stereo TV with free VCR. Brands like Hitachi, Magnavox, Toshiba, and RCA at great low prices.
Oh, what fun it is to shop the Rexstores.com way.
The show for football fanatics. NFL, college, even prep. Our all-pro team is all over it. Fox Sports Net Football News, weeknights at 6.
Welcome back. Barry Tompkins, David Norrie, Jim Knox. 6-0 ball game as we prepare to start the second half. The man under the microscope, we talked about it earlier, LaDainian Tomlinson. 14 carries, 37 yards in the first half, and they're going to work him more in the second half. They'll have to work him more with more success.
Well, SMU came out with a great defensive game plan, crowding the line of scrimmage with 8-9 defenders. But if SMU doesn't start picking up some yards on offense, this Mustang defense is going to get tired, and that means yards for LT in the second half.
And as good as the Mustang defense has been, and it has been, the Horned Frog defense has been equal to the task.
Well, they've been unbelievable. They gave up 12 yards of total offense in the first half. They also created 3 turnovers. And we'll see right here, Rodnick Phillips trying the left side on the sweep, and the strip by big number 92, Chad McCarty. 2 fumble recoveries, 1 interception, and also a turnover on special teams for TCU in the first half.
So what does SMU have to do in the second half? I have an idea. We're going to find out as we go down to the third member of our team, Jim Knox. Jim?
All right, Barry, you're exactly right. I'm reading your mind. Mike Cabin, the head coach at SMU, told me they just have to score points somehow. They have to find a way, since he's extremely pleased about the defense, extremely pleased about that, considering they only gave up 6 points after all those turnovers by the offense. I asked him, what are these going to do to get the offense going in the second half? He said, we just need a bunch of guys who want to play ball on the offensive side. Barry?
All right, thanks, Jim. And the opening kickoff of the second half sails over the heads of Tomlinson and Hunt, and TCU will start at the 20-yard line. Take a look at the numbers at the end of the first half, and they are less than dazzling for both teams. Defenses, David, have dominated.
Yeah, it's been a defensive struggle, and the big question mark here in the second half, will SMU be able to loosen things up with their passing game, because they have not had any success running the football.
Most significant thing is they came away with only 3 points on the 4 turnovers, and they were all in SMU territory. Scarborough on the catch, but it doesn't get much. Gain of 3.
Well, the Mustangs have been content on defense to give up the pass on first down, and I mean the short pass. 8-10-yard gain is not a problem. It's become very clear that SMU defensive coordinator Eric Schumann is fine with the bend and not break type philosophy. He doesn't think that TCU with the young quarterback can put together a sustained drive just passing the football.
Bateau back at quarterback, out of the I formation on 2nd and 7. Roberts in motion. Bateau might be checking off. Here's the option, pitch to Tomlinson. And Tomlinson is met short of the first down by Raymond Brown. Brown having a nice game. He stood Tomlinson up. See if we can listen.
Well, but Tomlinson delivered a bit of a blow himself. Listen to this one. Ouch. That is helmet and shoulder pads going straight ahead, and Brown was the recipient of the punishment right there.
Third down, less than a yard. And Pritter's back at quarterback. Give it to Tomlinson, first down. Gain about 4 to the 33-yard line. Jason Simonson on the tackle, but a first down for the Horned Frogs.
And as we mentioned at halftime, Barry, if SMU doesn't do a better job of keeping the football on offense and running some clock, this Mustang defense is going to wear down a bit, and that's when you start looking for LT to pick up some big chunks like he did last week.
Printer's back at quarterback now. They're in a slot left on first down. Tomlinson again. Third carry in a row, and this time he gets about 3. Hart and Johnson on the tackle. So it'll be second down 7. Just underway in the second half of a 6-0 ball game. Printers comes out. Bateau comes back in. They've been alternating every play in this half. Here's the option again. Bateau on the keep, tries to cut it back and gets to about the 41, maybe the 42. It'll be about a yard and a half short of the first down. Johnson Patman makes the tackle.
And Patrick Bateau looking to the sidelines, checking whether Printer's coming in. You know, Bateau had such a big role a year ago in the turnaround of this program. In 1997 season, 1-10. Franchione comes on the scene, and Bateau did a great job of running this offense, taking the Horned Frogs to a 7-5 record in that big win in the Sun Bowl versus USC.
It was a wideout his first 2 years. Franchione came in and made him a quarterback. This year he's got a hotshot freshman. Play fake, Bateau rolling to his left. This is run all the way, and he's got the first down to the 47-yard line.
You know, it's a nice luxury to have an experienced quarterback. Watch the play action fake. They slip number 91 Roberts, a tight end, out, but Bateau, you know, he sees a little soft spot in the defense there. Why risk put the ball up? Don't worry about a drop, an interception. Use your great running talent, and he keeps the chains moving for Dennis Franchione.
So first down at the 47 as they back up first downs to start the second half. Bateau this time gives to Tomlinson. Tomlinson only got a couple that time. Simonton and Schaubert on the stop. Bateau getting this team moving here in the second half. Second down and 8. And Bateau this time on the pitch to Tomlinson. Tomlinson gets the seam to the 45, to the 40-yard line, and another TCU first down. And all of a sudden the TCU option's starting to crank.
Well, this is a big, talented offensive line, and this Horned Frog offense is averaging over 41 points a game here in Fort Worth. It's only a matter of time. You keep a defense on the field and you keep working on him and working your schemes. With Ladanian in the backfield, he's going to start picking up yardage.
Bateau remains the quarterback. This time they come to the short side, and a pitch to Tomlinson, and he got about 4 more. Tomlinson's going to earn that scholarship today, I'll tell you that. He's going to work hard in the second half.
Well, after last week, I mean, he could have taken this week off and earned the scholarship last week. 43 carries, that's 406 yards, and you know, they've played college football for a pretty long time now. I think you mentioned at the top, Barry, 130 some odd years. And that was the best performance ever by a running back.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Second down. Call it 5. Starting to get a pretty good push up front now, too. Here's a give straight ahead to Tomlinson. And that time he couldn't get by the first man, Luke Johnson.
And you begin to sense offensive coordinator Dan Dodd for TCU. He feels a rhythm with Bateau in the game. He's seen the running game loosen up a little bit. And he wants to have the quarterback in the game that gives him the best shot with the running game, but especially the option play.
Tomlinson now 6 yards shy of Thomas Jones, who has played his last game in Virginia.
And Ron Dane clearly in his sights.
Third down. Bateau, pitch to Tomlinson. Tomlinson this time takes it outside, gets to about the 25, and that'll be the 6 yards.
Well, Ladanian Tomlinson's going to get the credit on this run, but sometimes you got to look a little bit closer and check the fullback. Watch Purcell. He's going to get into the defender's feet just on the left side of your screen. Just get down low, get a piece of that defender, take him to the turf, and frees up Tomlinson for a first down.
At the 26. This offense now moving the way it has when it put up the 41 points a game here. Doing so under the senior Bateau. Here's a little misdirection to the fullback this time. Purcell picks up 10 and another TCU first down. The first time they've run the fullback, they don't do it much, but when they do, it is inevitably effective.
TCU uses some misdirection. This is a counter play to the fullback, and he's just going to come inside and then back against the grain, and he finds some nice running room. Great execution up front by the heavies, That offensive line, and Purcell, a weapon running the football from the fullback position.
First down, just short of the 15-yard line. Bateau this time on the pitch to Tomlinson. He's got a gap on the outside. 10-5, and touchdown. How do you like that? And that, for the entire 80 yards, was just like you put it up on the board with the little X's and the little O's.
And Bateau was operating magnificently from the quarterback position. And Tomlinson, you know the talent's there. You know he's going to take advantage. Super runner, but he's got a quarterback that's making great decisions in the option game, and a fullback who made another great block on the outside to spring number 5 into the end zone. And that's Chad Purcell.
Well, that was a big-time drive. And just like that, remember we were talking, just seems like a few moments ago, doesn't it, about LaDainian Tomlinson having 37 yards rushing. Well, he's got 93 now, Dave. Here is the injured player, Michael Keithley, and he is up on his feet and apparently all right. Might have gotten his bell rung, but it was a valiant effort as his team completes an 80-yard drive, and we're coming back.
If you're looking for a family adventure, National Car Rental knows the best place to go is the Walt Disney World Resort. You see, National gets you to all the exciting new rides and attractions fast. For a magical adventure your family will never forget. So, what are you waiting for? Let's go with National Car Rental, the official car rental company of the Walt Disney World Resort. Let's go.
Hank here's been selling hot dogs for over 20 years. He remembers when they were under $1.
Ain't much you can get for $1 now.
Unless you dial 1010-220. Then all calls up to 20 minutes are only 99 cents and just 9 cents a minute after that. I told you, remember?
I thought you had taken too many hits. But then I dialed 1010-220. And Doug is right. I dial any day, any time. And I can talk up to 20 minutes for only 99 cents. Thanks, Doug.
Hey, anything for a pal.
Great. Hey, can you sign this for me?
Sure.
1010-220.
You're waking up to a scrape your windshield morning.
You freeze and freeze all through the night. That's okay, 'cause I know how to fight.
Forget blue washer fluids that freeze. This is Prestone de-icer fluid. It won't freeze in your reservoir and guards against refreeze on your windshield. Turn your windshield wipers into windshield scrapers. Get in the Prestone zone so nothing can stop you now.
Welcome back. That's the man of the moment, LaDainian Tomlinson, as he now has pushed his numbers up to 93 yards, including the touchdown run, and they will go for 2 here to try to make it a 14-point lead.
You know, I don't like going for 2 here, Barry, and the reason is it's too early in the football game. Take the point. You got 8:55 left in the third quarter. They may pick up the 2-point conversion here, but I still think you go with the sure point, take the 13-0 lead.
So we'll see. And you have an idea they'll go with the same option here. Dunbar comes in motion. And of course I'm wrong. And Dunbar coming on the reverse. And he is in for the 2 points.
Wow.
Well, the options seem to be going so well. It sure seemed like a natural thing to do, but I suppose that's why I talk about it, not coach it. 14-0, 8:55 remaining. Third quarter, and TCU pushes it to a 2-touchdown lead.
We know advanced technology doesn't have to be complicated, that every product must be meaningful. And the end result will make you smile. Open up to Samsung Digital. Samsung Digital. Everyone's invited.
It's the season to be calling. Fa-la-la-la, 10-10-3-4-5. To Russia where the snows are falling. Fa-la-la-la, 10-10-3-4-5. Send your love to Guatemala. Fa-la-la-la, 10-10-3-4-5. Call the world for next to nada. Fa-la-la-la, 10-10-3-4-5.
This
holiday season, enjoy our lowest international rates ever. To Mexico City for just 25 cents a minute, Tijuana 15 cents a minute, and Guatemala 32 cents a minute. Season's greetings from...
Rumor has it that this New Year's Eve is going to be a little, well, different. So you might be glad to know that the Men's Warehouse not only sells tuxedos, but also rents them, just in case you want to dress up more than usual. After all, a millennium only happens once every 1,000 years, and chances are you don't want to wait till the next one.
100% wool Y2K outfits, available at the Men's Warehouse.
You're going to like the way you look, I guarantee it.
800-776-SUIT.
The Sharks face the Kings Saturday at noon on Fox Sports Net.
College Football Saturday Special Edition on Fox Sports Net is brought to you today by National Car Rental. So what are you waiting for? Let's go! Pointing the way to Texas here, which is where we are, one of the good rivalries in this state. We've had a couple today. And there is the guy who got it done.
Waco University, baby, represent. Waco, baby, I love y'all. Chicken land, baby.
You know, interesting thing about LaDainian Tomlinson, his mom, of course, comes to every game. He's got a tattoo of his mom on his arm. Last week, she went to his brother's game, which was a high school game, and his team lost 62-0. And LaDainian went for 406 yards. Short kick again. Cunningham will have a chance this time at the 20-yard line. And he is really racked as he gets to the 28. I like that idea of blooping that kick. Let's take a look back for a moment, Dave.
Well, taking a look at the touchdown first. And watch Purcell out in front, 31. He takes his man to the turf with a beautiful block. And then Tomlinson, the straight arm and the tightrope act into the end zone. And then the two-point conversion. And watch, let's see if he gets a football inside the cone right here. That's a little bit, yes, he did. Just inside the cone. Great play by Dunbar.
Here's Phillips with a first down on a first snap. Lost the ball as he hit the ground, but the ground won't cause a fumble. SMU going to have to take care of the football better here in the second half if they're going to have any chance. Here's the guy who really did the job offensively in front of Tomlinson, Chad Purcell Jr., who's come a long way from Cupertino, California.
Yeah, and a big block on a first down run and the touchdown run.
Give this time straight ahead again. And Phillips got a couple that time. It'll be 2nd down and 8. More football coming your way here on Fox Sports Net tomorrow. Another one of those cross-state rivalries, Oklahoma State and Oklahoma. They'll battle at 3 o'clock Eastern time, 12 o'clock out on the left coast. Oak State and Oklahoma tomorrow.
Josh Heupel could be the Heupel show.
Here's one of those screen passes that they love to run. They call that the jailbreak screen, and it was well played by Greg Walls.
That is one more time a great job of recognition by Walls, and you can make contact before the ball arrives if it is behind the line of scrimmage. You know, the crowd here, at least the SMU Mustangs fans that have made the trip up from Dallas, they're wondering whether that's pass interference, but you can make contact as long as it's behind the line of scrimmage.
5 and 3rd down conversions today. They go out of the shotgun. McCown throws, got a man, and missed his man. He had Cardwell, and we're going to get a flag. And that's going to be interference against Reggie Hunt. I beg your pardon, personal foul against Reggie Hunt.
Now, Reggie Hunt delivered a blow after the ball arrived, and, you know, that's okay to do as long as he times it up right, but I think you're going to see a bit of a forearm that's used on him here. There's nothing wrong with getting a real clean, fierce hit, but don't use that forearm, and that's what he did. You see him extend that right elbow?
Down, a blow to the head.
That's a big penalty. And not a smart play by Hunt.
No, because that was going to be a 4th down. The ball was not really catchable.
Well, the ball is thrown a little bit behind him. It was a post corner route, and TCU gets the ball back, and instead, SMU's drive still alive in Horned Frog territory.
You heard Dennis Franchione tell Jim Knox too many penalties in the first half, and they start out in the second half the same way. 65 yards in penalties now against the Frogs. Phillips doesn't get anything. Stood straight up by Chad Bayer. Bayer in the midst of an excellent game today.
And with a 14-point deficit, SMU is going to have to start thinking about throwing the ball a little bit more generously on first and second down. That was part of their game plan coming into this game. They have to be smart. They have to protect McCown if they're going to get that done.
They go out of the shotgun on 2nd and 10. TCU shows blitz. They don't come with it. 4-man rush, quarterback draw, nothing doing. Loss of 3, Kyle Williams. And you talk about recognition. You've been mentioning that, David. A good example of it again right there.
It's a wonderful job of beating the offensive lineman that he's lined up over and just making a slashing move into the backfield. And McCown's pretty fiery right now. He's hot because he's not getting the protection. Look at 89. He fights off the block of Adami, gets inside, and makes a wonderful play.
So 3rd down again, and a whole bunch. 3rd and 13. And in trouble again as McCown throws underneath for Phillips. Phillips makes the catch, hangs on, now gets himself headed in the right direction, but will still be stopped short of the first down. Kyle Williams downfield to make the stop. Big push that time by Schobel.
Well, McCown and Phillips gave SMU a shot. It looks like Phillips is a little bit shaken up after this play. But McCown's going to use some mobility to escape to the right side. Here comes the rush from Sobel. Ball's dropped off with some accuracy. And look at the competitive desire of Phillips, fighting forward, trying to pick up the first down. And it's going to turn into 4-down territory for SMU. They're going to have to go for it here.
Well, they have to, because, you know, this is the first time that they have been in TCU territory. That's how good the Horned Frogs defense has been. 4th down, and it's a long 2. And they'll throw for it. And look out. And McCown drops the ball. Bayer can't get it, but the Horned Frogs, doesn't matter. It's recovered by SMU, but it's going to be TCU ball, and the Horned Frogs, or rather the Mustangs, just going backward. I'm not sure what was going on there, David. I suspect that was going to be a screen pass.
They were very definitely setting up a screen. And you know, oftentimes when you set up a screen and you don't get what you want, your running back gets hung up with the defenders. And that was a pretty nice job by Kyle Williams, the defensive lineman, dropping back and reading the play. Russell Gary made the hit. The recovery by McCown, but it's all academic. It was a 4th down play, and the ball goes back to the Horned Frogs with a 14-point lead. McCown's not in a very good humor right now on the sideline. He's been getting pretty vocal with his offensive lineman about the lack of protection.
TCU takes over at the 46-yard line of SMU. Bateau remains the quarterback on the keep this time. And Bateau will get about 3, maybe 4.
And I love this game planning and this adjusting to the flow of a football game by Dennis Franchione and his offensive coordinator, Dan Dodd. They see that Patrick Bateau, the senior leader, has come in the game, gotten a rhythm going on the option play, started to create some yards on the ground, yards that they couldn't find in the first half, and he stuck with Bateau. And Printers, you know, he's got plenty of time in the future. You're going to see him a lot more this year in the bowl game.
2nd down, 6. Pitch to Tomlinson. And Tomlinson spins by 2 tacklers and has a first down at the 34-yard line. What a big-time play by LaDainian Tomlinson.
It's a reverse out. He reverses in midfield, or nice reverse move that makes the first guy miss. Watch a spin. Actually makes 2 men miss, one of which is Tracy Hart. Watch the 2 defenders here. Reverse spin forward for the first down. Yeah, you don't go for 406 yards and not have that type of talent.
Tomlinson now over the 100-yard mark in this game. 102 for Tomlinson. Tomlinson again at the right side, and he gets a couple to the 31.
Tomlinson on the carry.
Tomlinson, remember, at 37 at the half. 104 now.
No, this is a very unselfish team. And number 5 gets a lot of credit. The quarterbacks get some credit, Scarborough now and then, but you've got great blocking along the offensive line. You got some fullbacks, especially Purcell in this game, that are willing to give it up for the sake of the team. You got wide receivers working downfield, getting their blocks. That's what a rushing game is all about.
2nd down, 8. Bateau this time rolls, keeps, gets inside the 30, close to the 28-yard line. Got about 4 more, but TCU started to pick it up in bigger chunks now.
Well, and we talked about it. You spend this much time on the field like the SMU defense has, and you're going to get worn down. There's no lack of fight. Billy Jack Williams, redshirt freshman from Jacksonville, Texas, he came up and laid a hit on Bateau there on that 2nd down play, but SMU is going to fight you for 60 minutes. They're starting to run down a little bit.
3rd down, 5. 5 of 13 on 3rd down plays, and TCU wants a timeout. And we'll take one as well with 3 minutes, 28 seconds remaining to be played in the 3rd quarter, and TCU leads it 14-0.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What do you do while your battery is charging? Well, now, you could just keep working. Because Skill just created the dual source power system, the first cordless tools with a corded backup. So you can finish what you start, which is a much more satisfying use of time. Dual source. Only from Skill.
I am a Pokemon master. I've captured all 150 types of monsters. I've come prepared to do battle with Pikachu, Mewtwo, Bulbasaur.
Burger King is a mile down the road on the right.
Thanks, mister.
Must be Tuesday. Yep.
Every Tuesday night is Pokemon Trading Night. Bring your kids in for a tasty Burger King Big Kids Meal dinner and let them trade their cards and toys. It makes a parent's life a little easier, not to mention a Pokemon traders. Pokemon and the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
NFL This Morning. Join Chris, Marv, Jackie, and Chris for a wild hour of pregame power. NFL This Morning, Sunday on Fox Sports Net.
Morning, Bob.
Morning, guys.
Sorry to rush you, but we're running a little late.
No problem. Lots to do today. Big day.
All right.
Got those Miller contracts to get out.
Yeah?
Got the Peabody mess to sort through.
Uh-huh.
And the guys upstairs breathing down my neck.
Yeah, go, huh?
Work has a way of cutting us off from the outside world.
See you at 5, Bob.
So find out what happened between 9 and 5 in The Examiner, the afternoon.
Downtown Fort Worth, Texas, a city that has grown up right before your very eyes, catching up to its bigger brother Dallas just up the road. And here at Amon Carter Stadium, 80 years in the making, this rivalry between SMU and TCU. Barry Tompkins, David Norrie, and Jim Knox telling you all about it. 14-0 lead, and TCU right now starting to have its way in the 2nd half.
TCU starting to feel that iron skillet. To pick up the award that's been a part of this rivalry for so long.
SMU started to feel it upside their heads. Here's the option again, and Bateau on the keep this time. Got a little room at the 20, 15, 10. Knocked out of bounds the 7-yard line by Luke Johnson.
You give number 19 some freedom in the secondary, and he becomes a dangerous offensive weapon. Well, watch the cut to the outside here to the sideline. And how about number 87, Mike Scarborough, the wide receiver, working hard downfield to get a block and give Bateau some extra running room inside the SMU 10.
Bateau, everybody talks about how smart he is. A guy that graduated early. Played that perfectly. Tomlinson this time to the 1. Simonton on the tackle.
Well, Tomlinson is not only going to be one of the top 2 or 3 Heisman contenders going into the millennium, but he's going to be a special back and a back that's coveted by the NFL scouts because he can give you 30, 35 yards, actually 30, 35 carries per game, and he can give you yards on the inside or the outside. He's got the speed and he has the ability to break tackles and be rugged.
Second down and goal. Tomlinson. Is he in? Yes, touchdown TCU. He is now the TCU all-time touchdown leader with that 2-yard dive. Passing Tony Jeffrey, another pretty good back. In fact, a couple of pretty good backs. Jim Swink.
He had 6 touchdowns a week ago, and just on that last play, even though it's a short yardage situation on the goal line, he showed a real nice feel for following his blockers and using some toughness to stretch the ball over the goal line. 27 carries, 108 yards, 2 touchdowns. The numbers on Tomlinson thus far. The try for point by Kalaki is up and good. And just like that, it is a 21-0 lead with 2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining to be played in the third quarter.
In recent government crash tests, no other SUV outperformed the Nissan Pathfinder in driver front impact collisions, passenger front impact collisions, driver side or passenger side impact collisions. You might say it's like being taken off the endangered species list.
Are you ready for this? Kick Old Man winter in the teeth with Prestone Antifreeze, the #1 way to fight corrosion and protect your aluminum radiator to 84 below. Get in the Prestone zone so nothing can stop you now.
Look, Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Ellie's renting again. And Enterprise picked her up again. She said Enterprise picks her up free. Free? Free. Now that makes renting easy.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
LaDainian Tomlinson picks up his second touchdown on a short run, and his team leads it 21-0. 2:40 left, third quarter. TCU just throttling the SMU offense thus far. And this time the returners for SMU come all the way up the 15-yard line. And it is handled by Cunningham at the 15. Cunningham shakes a tackle, gets to the 30, and then is cracked as he gets to the 34-yard line. Cunningham really has not been a factor in this game, and he's a guy that can put up some instant offense. Look again.
Yeah, watch how quick things happen down in the goal line. The execution is very important. The handoff, the arm position by Tomlinson, and then Tomlinson just looking for that little crease, that little opening to stretch the football forward. Another touchdown for number 5.
And he was looking for the signal because nobody gave one for a couple of seconds. So SMU will try it again. They've only been in TCU territory once. That was on their last possession. They wound up back on the other side of midfield. The count to throw. Blitz comes. And the slant for Cunningham is incomplete. And we go to the sidelines and our third man, Jim Knox. Jim?
All right, thanks, Barry. The mood on the SMU sideline right now definitely low-key. They realize time is ticking away, and they're down right now by 21 points. Meanwhile, right here on the TCU sideline, they are sky high. Not only are they playing for a share of the WAC Conference Championship, but they're playing for this big guy. That's right, the skillet. It weighs about 25 pounds, a tradition since 1915. I tell you what, guys, you can whip up a pretty good batch of eggs in this one. Feed half the team.
They've pretty much whipped up on SMU so far, too.
You know, they lost that skillet for a while.
Yeah, found it again in 1993 and had to put all that engraving back in it.
How do you lose the skillet?
Let's right now take a Dr. Pepper game break. Go back to the studio with Kevin Frazier. Kev?
Guys, Virginia Tech and Boston College, and watch Michael Vick. Watch the kid after he rolls out. This is just a rocket, a gun. Vick, 30 yards to Cullen Hawkins. Virginia Tech taking care of business 31-7. Barry?
Michael Vick, is this guy really a freshman? He plays way beyond his years.
He has Kevin Frazier all fired up back in the studio.
He's the real deal. Phillips will get the first down for SMU.
Well, that's really tough. You look at Michael Vick, that's really tough to call upon a freshman quarterback to spearhead a national championship kind of drive, and that's what he has done. And he's got that arm strength that Kevin Frazier has talked about, and he also has that ability to make plays when things are breaking down in the pocket and get outside. And, you know, Casey Prentice for TCU has
So SMU will try it again. They've only been in TCU territory once. That was on their last possession. They wound up back on the other side of midfield. McCown to throw. Blitz comes. And the slant for Cunningham is incomplete. And we go to the sidelines and our third man, Jim Knox. Jim?
All right, thanks, Barry. The mood on the SMU sideline right now definitely low-key. They realize time is ticking away, and they're down right now by 21 points. Meanwhile, right here on the TCU sideline, they are sky-high. Not only are they playing for a share of the WAC Conference Championship, but they're playing for this big guy. That's right, the skillet. It weighs about 25 pounds in tradition since 1915. I tell you what, guys, you can whip up a pretty good batch of eggs in this one. Feed half the team.
They've pretty much whipped up on SMU so far, too.
You know, they lost that skillet for a while.
Yeah, found it again in 1993 and had to put all that engraving back in it.
How do you lose a skillet?
Let's right now take a Dr. Pepper game break. Go back to the studio with Kevin Frazier. Kev?
Guys, Virginia Tech and Boston College, and watch Michael Vick. Watch the kid after he rolls out. This is just a rocket, a gun. Vick, 30 yards to Cullen Hawkins. Virginia Tech taking care of business 31-7. Barry?
Michael Vick. Is this guy really a freshman? He plays way beyond his years.
He has Kevin Frazier all fired up back in the studio.
He's the real deal. Phillips will get the first down for SMU.
Well, that's really tough. You look at Michael Vick, that's really tough to call upon a freshman quarterback to spearhead a national championship kind of drive, and that's what he has done. And he's got that arm strength that Kevin Frazier has talked about, and he also has that ability to make plays when things are breaking down in the pocket and get outside. And, you know, Casey Prentice for TCU has those same abilities.
I think that's true. We're starting to see the new breed of quarterback. Guys who are mobile, guys who can run, and guys with a rocket arm. Pocket passer, dead. Fumble. SMU got it back. Austin Adamy got back on it for SMU.
Meanwhile, getting back to the task at hand, the SMU offense, a little bit more than a minute to go here in the third quarter. They have got to find a way to get the ball in the air and show some semblance of protection in the pocket for McCown. Look at the total yards. I mean, this is unbelievable.
McCown will go out of the shotgun, 2nd and 13. Steps out, throws for Phillips, and Phillips did well just to make the catch. Wasn't about to get anything else. And again, McCown was under siege. Schobel was coming.
Now
Worthen was coming. Sorry, Dick.
He's been under pressure for the duration in this ball game, and all the credit goes to that TCU defense. Now, they play with 5 defensive backs, but 2 of those defensive backs are playing up in a strong safety position on either side, and they're free to come, and they support wonderful pressure from that defensive line, which is one of the best defensive lines I've seen in the country this year.
3rd and 14 now. Only 1 third down conversion today, and this one's a long one. They try a little stunt up front. McCown airing it out. Nobody there. And they were well defended that time. Closest man to the ball was Cody Cardwell. He had no chance. He was surrounded. Curtis Fuller was on him, and he had some help.
Curtis Fuller played the post route about as well as you could play it at the safety position.
And with that, we come to the end of the third quarter. With a look at the scoreboard, shows TCU 21, SMU nothing. We're coming back to Fort Worth after this.
A typical day for the IT manager. Everyone wants everything now. Luckily, there's CDW, your direct solutions provider. CDW uses 50,000 top-name products to give you complete systems, including custom configuration and pre-installed software. Why get hung up in work when CDW is here to make life easier? CDW, computing solutions built for business.
Are you ready for this?
Hit me with your best shot.
cold man winner in the team with Prestone Antifreeze, the #1 way to fight corrosion and protect your aluminum radiator to 84 below. Get in the Prestone zone so nothing can stop you now.
Presenting the new Italian Originals Pizza Trio from Domino's. Tender prosciutto, Italian sausage, tender prosciutto, spicy pepperoni. New Pizza Trio, $10.99, $10.99, $10.99.
New Domino's Italian Originals Pizza Trio. Prosciutto ham, Italian sausage, and spicy pepperoni. So much amore delivered hot for only $10.99.
New Pizza Trio!
Here at VMI, we were asked to try the Norelco Advantage for 21 days. There was quiet dissension.
I'm not giving up my blade.
And anxious inquiry.
The heck is this? Goo?
But then we started to realize the lotion actually gave us a closer, smoother shave than we expected, without the nicks and cuts of blades. Our fear diminished. Our hopes arose, and life got a little less hairy.
Come on, babyface, move it!
The Norelco Advantage. It's guaranteed or your money back. Norelco, put it to the test.
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
21-0 as we start the final period. Well, any coach will tell you, we talked to before every game, got to take care of the ball. SMU has it.
Charlie Owens coming up with the pick here in the first half. And keep in mind, SMU only 15 total yards in this contest. McCarty there with the strip, creating the fumble against Phillips. Bodheim can't handle the snap. Johnny Freeman, the true freshman, gives up the rock. Russell Gary right there to pick it up. And then Russell Gary on the scene again. The sack of Josh McCown on fourth down. Technically not a turnover, but the ball went back to TCU on downs.
So Bodheim will punt it away, and he'll be kicking to Huffman. End-over-end kick. Huffman lets it go. It's a short kick, and it takes a sideways bounce and goes dead at the 34-yard line. Not a very good kick at all. 25-yard punt.
15 total yards for SMU.
Yes.
And TCU, Barry, has had a great go of it here in their home field over the course of the season.
Great adjustments, I think, made by Dennis Franchione at halftime. Remember, he told Jim Knox, we got to run the ball more. They have, and they've run it really effectively.
Well, they found ways to get the ball to Tomlinson, and he is 1 yard away from capturing the rushing title. That's pretty impressive when you're up there with the likes of Ron Dane, some pretty heady company.
I'll go out on a limb here and say he's going to do it.
Barry, you're a risk taker.
I'm telling you. Not on this play, though. The give is to George Lane, the fullback, and Lane got about 3.
Well, statistically for TCU, they have done it here at home. You look at the numbers, they're giving up a little bit more than 15 points per game defensively, and they're averaging close to 41 points a game. Dennis Franchione has made it his purpose and his team's purpose of taking care of business on their home field.
So it'll be 2nd and 7. Give to Tomlinson. He's not going to do it on this play either. He lost a couple yards. Let's go to the sidelines right now. And Jim Knox. Jim, what's up?
Okay, thanks, Barry. I got to tell you about LaDainian Tomlinson. Big inspiration in his life, of course, his mother, Lorraine Chappelle. She is in attendance today, and he loves her so much he has a picture of her on his left arm, and over her face it reads, "My inspiration."
And she's here this
right
week.
now, a shot of his mother, led as Lorraine Chappelle in the stands, with a bunch of other family and friends on hand, rooting LaDainian on today. Barry?
Well, she's here this week, but as we said earlier, she missed last week. And here is her son as he gets a couple of those back to the 41-yard line. Well, Jim told you about that tattoo. Here's what LaDainian Tomlinson himself said about it.
My mother has done a lot of stuff for me, you know, and growing up and teaching me how to be a man and, you know, the right things to do. I just want to show my appreciation to her, and, you know, that she'll always be with me on my arm. And, you know, every time I look in the mirror, I see her, and it reminds me of her, and, you know, just kind of keeps me straight, just thinking, well, my mother's looking at me, you know, on my arm. she's always with me.
Of course, if he gets in the weight room, pumps up a little bit, his mom gets fatter. I don't know about that. She might not like that. The return by Cunningham of the punt to the 24-yard line will jump away. 12:42 remaining in the game. It's a shutout. TCU over SMU by 21.
Look for these video games at KB Toy Stores or kbkids.com. Fox Sports Interactive brings you the newest way to play hockey. NHL Championship 2000 from Fox Sports Interactive. Sports games, Fox attitude. Fox Sports Interactive brings you the newest way to play basketball. NBA Basketball 2000 from Fox Sports Interactive. Sports games for sports fans. Check them out today at KB Toy Stores or kbkids.com.
Sunday is my day to relax and read the paper.
I love waking up on Sundays knowing the paper's waiting for me.
It's perfect for me just having Sunday because I don't have time to read during the week. I don't feel guilty about it. I just read it all on Sunday.
Sometimes the pink section is the only section I read, and it's still worth having it delivered.
Sunday mornings in the city are so cold. I don't want to go out to get the paper.
I can't imagine not having the paper delivered on Sunday.
Sunday really is sacred to me. It's the time when my husband and I really can talk and read and share articles in the paper. We love to do that.
I subscribe on Sunday only, and that's perfect for me.
What could be better than home delivery of the Sunday Examiner and Chronicle? How about 5 free Sundays to get you started? That's about $1.30 a week for Sunday delivery. Call now, and you'll also receive our exclusive Bay Area restaurant guide with our editor's picks of the best dining and values around town. And the Sunday Examiner and Chronicle now features USA Weekend. Plus, money-saving coupons are back. Don't miss this special offer of home delivery and your free restaurant guide. Call now.
TCU by 21, and Dave, there's a guy who's been under siege today.
Yeah, 10 of 19 for 38 yards. Only 38 yards through 3 quarters, 1 interception. It's coming from a guy who had a pretty big game a week ago.
And they go out of the shotgun now. They'll have to throw the football. They just have been unable to move the ball on the ground at all, minus 15. Here's McCown stepping up. Look out. Dragged down from behind by Aaron Schobel. And Worthen, Schobel, Wilson, and Shanks on that down line have been sensational for TCU.
Well, they've all worked so well together, and Schobel is a very special athlete at defensive end. He's got athleticism. He has great speed. Watch him track McCown down from behind. I mean, some of these defensive players playing in this day and age, Barry, these guys run like running backs. Guys are going to peel off a 4.640 time on you.
Second down and 12. That was the 3rd sack. Here's that jailbreak screen, and for the first time today it gets positive yardage, still well short of the first down. Chad Bayer on the stop. Cunningham was the receiver.
Well, and in this situation, with less than 12 minutes to go in the 4th quarter, and you're down 21 points, if you want a chance to win the football game, you got to start thinking about a no-huddle offense. Here's the isolation. Cunningham coming inside. And he's got some help there from Damon Blewett on the block, his fellow wide receiver. But I think you start thinking about no huddle if you truly want to come back in this ballgame.
3rd down and 3. Got to think first down first. Here comes a blitz. Everybody's coming. And hit as he threw, and unable to catch up with it is Cunningham. And McCown took a real shot from Schobel. Cunningham a little slow to get up himself.
Well, you heard the saying that it's a game of inches. He just missed his man on that post route.
Yeah, and I think had Schobel have not been in his face, that might have been a big play.
That played a big part in it. In fact, it was an exceptional play by McCown to make this type of throw. Watch 14 off the left side.
Right as he unloaded.
And you saw McCown's helmet snap back and hit the turf right there.
And a bad kick off the side of the foot. Hoffman, fair catch at the 38-yard line, and that's where TCU will start things with 11:10 to go and a 21-point lead. We're coming back.
It's an age-old question. What exactly is a horned frog? That's is a horn throw.
The best thing is, they weren't even my pants.
All season long, it's rumbling, bumbling, stumbling football under the lights. It's ESPN Sunday Night Football.
Brought to you locally by McAfee.com. Repair and upgrade your computer over the internet.
Everybody races around town. But nobody said you had to do it like everyone else. Take a different route. Drive the Mazda 626. Take control and get into a sporty Mazda 626.
The Sharks face the Kings Saturday at noon on Fox Sports Net.
Just a reminder that our day is not done after this game. Still ahead, Louisiana Tech and their record-setting quarterback Tim Rattay invade the Coliseum to take on the men of Troy. It gives you a chance to see the best quarterback at Tech since the blonde bomber, Terry Bradshaw. That's next. Barry?
Yeah, it should be some fun. I think Tim Rattay is going to light it up today. He lights it up against everybody. And that's a team with only 2 losses. And remember, they beat Alabama this year. This is a good football team.
Big-time throwing talent. You get a look at Schobel right there. You know, he just set the single-season sack record for TCU. 10 sacks on the year for Aaron Schobel.
He's one of 3 Schobels on this team. His brother Matt is on the team, and he's got a cousin named Bo, who's a freshman defensive end who everybody thinks is going to be special. Here's Tomlinson trying to get outside. Couldn't quite do it, but that's going to be enough for the record right there. That'll get him past Ron Dane.
He looks like he's shaken up there a little bit, and it might be the left leg. It might be a cramp there, like the left lower leg.
But he's had a problem. As a matter of fact, Dennis Franchione told us he was going to take him out of the game just about the time that he was nearing the record last week against UTEP. And he deferred, of course, and left him in so that he could break the record. And he comes off rather gingerly.
Well, you know what's amazing is I think he did lock up the title, the rushing title nationally on this play. And it might have been the right ankle because Kevin Garrett, the corner, made the tackle. And he comes down on top of that left ankle. See it get stretched underneath there a little bit. Looks like he has the title well in hand.
So he is replaced by Andrew Hayes Stoker, and Stoker picking up where Tomlinson left off will be close to a first down. For Tomlinson, 30 carries, 116 yards, and a couple of touchdowns. That was Bateau that time, but beg your pardon, not Hayes Stoker. Hayes Stoker wasn't a game, but Bateau carried the ball. Here's a National Car Rental game summary. And the big difference, of course, on the offensive end, there wasn't much offense in the first half. Second half, Dave, big difference.
Yeah, 29 yards. And last week, 300 yards passing alone from McCown.
So a first down into SMU territory. And here's a give to the fullback, Chad Purcell. Right now, let's see if we can get a report on Tomlinson as we go to the sideline. Jim Knox. Jim, what's the story?
Okay, Barry, right now, LaDainian Tomlinson is trying to walk off a left ankle, slight sprain, they tell us right now, but he's trying, as you see, running down the sidelines very gingerly. He's going to be all right. Whether he goes back in or not, that remains to be seen. Right now, of course, TCU well in hand on this game, but LaDainian is going to try to walk this off right now.
Sorry, Barry. If TCU can pick up a couple more first downs, there really isn't much need to get number 5 back in.
Bateau all the way in the second half at quarterback, and has thrown only 1 pass on the keeper that time, and he lost a couple. Shavrda on the tackle for the Mustangs. Marshall already a winner, 11-0 on the year. Still some big rivalry games coming up tomorrow. It's a big surprise there is Louisiana State leading Arkansas, leading them big. Bateau pitch this time to Hayes Stoker, and Stoker runs out of real estate, and it'll be 4th down.
Hayes Stoker's eyes have to be getting a little bit wide, getting this this kind of duty after watching Tomlinson carry it 43 times last week against UTEP. Well, SMU has to come up with a touchdown on this next drive, or they're in deep, deep water.
I think the water's getting up around neck level as it is.
Well, you always have hope with this much time left.
Huffman twisting kick. Cunningham fields it about the 8-yard line. Starts back, it's across the 10, but that's about it. Gang tackled. So SMU will start deep in its own territory, trailing 21-0. We'll be back.
New York Times, Los Angeles Times, USA Today. Critics across America think the world of Bond. 2 thumbs up. 007 is back and better than ever. Seeing it once is not enough. The world is not enough. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
You're waking up to a scrape your windshield morning.
You freeze and freeze up through the night. That's okay, 'cause I know how to fight.
Forget blue washer fluids that freeze. This is Prestone de-icer fluid. It won't freeze in your reservoir and guards against refreeze on your windshield. Turn your windshield wipers into windshield scrapers. Get in the Prestone zone so nothing can stop you now.
Hey there, time for a holiday. So switch off your computers and take a national holiday with National Car Rental. Spend some time with National Heroes. Or visit a national treasure. Join the National Football League. Or take your kids to a national park. But wherever you go, National will get you there fast. Because with hundreds of locations nationwide, it's hard to find a place that's not a national city. Whoa! National Car Rental. What are you waiting for? Let's go!
Is your dandruff sending the wrong signals? Get Selsun Power. Doctors recommend Selsun Blue. So don't send the wrong signals. Get Selsun Power.
21-0 ball game, 8:24 left. TCU did it on defense in the first half, and David, they're doing it on offense with Patrick Bateau at quarterback in the second half.
Well, the big difference, TCU on defense, Gary Patterson's troops, utter domination, and they've been very successful in the second half of getting their running game going. Patrick Bateau in at quarterback, and that option game, especially pitching the ball outside to number 5, Tomlinson, has been the difference offensively for the Horned Frogs.
SMU starting deep in its own territory again. That's almost redundant. Only across midfield one time. Phillips gets a break to the 20, 25, 30. He's to the 40, to the 45-yard line. Biggest play of the day offensively for the Mustangs. Curtis Fuller, the saving tackle.
And even though SMU has less than 40 total yards in this game coming into this play, there is still hope. If you go to a no-huddle offense and getting this run from Phillips, a little working inside, then back outside with a nice move. But you still have plenty of time here, but you got to go to a no-huddle offense, and you got to start putting the ball up.
Gain of 35. That just about quadruples their rushing attack to this point. Here's a blitz coming, and the throw and the drop by Phillips. Phillips needed to slip by that one man had he have made the catch, but he forgot to make the catch before.
Now, we talked about the game plans coming in, and McCown's jersey has not been clean. He's been knocked down 7 times, 2 sacks. Don't let LaDainian get one of those 200, 300-yard games. Well, he has 144. He's had a pretty darn good game. And then they have not done a great job of accounting for the talent at quarterback. Bateau has come in, and he has been a real force for TCU.
I think really the MVP of this game, and I say that with all due respects to Tomlinson. Here's McCown on a rollout, and he is smacked. Curtis Fuller just undressed him.
That was a shovel pass that didn't work out. You got to give the TCU defense some credit. Talked about TCU establishing LaDainian Tomlinson early. They didn't do a great job early, but in the second half, he started getting revved up. They certainly forgot about that 98 game. Only 2 field goals for TCU a year ago against SMU. And they have not let McCown get out of the pocket and create the way he has during the 4-game win streak.
And when he has gotten out of the pocket, he's paid the price. Minus 38 yards rushing for McCown. Throws this time and almost intercepted by Reggie Hunt. McCown, I think, clearly rattled at this point, David.
Well, I think most quarterbacks would be rattled if they're facing the pressure that this TCU defense has had to offer. And they're going to go downfield and try to hit Cardwell here. The ball's delivered high. Hunt stretching up to try to make that pick. Now, Hunt's only 6 feet tall, which is not bad size for a safety. Tried to climb the ladder and come down with an interception.
McCown has now missed his last 5. And this punt, a high twisting kick. Huffman fair catch and dropped it and then fell on it at the 24-yard line. So TCU will start at their own 24. And once more, we go to the sideline and Jim Knox. Jim?
All right, very good news for TCU Horned Frogs. LaDainian Tomlinson just told his teammates he is fine. In fact, he will be coming back in as we speak.
Well, that is good news. Tomlinson, you see his numbers there. A couple of touchdowns. Very productive in the second half. But again, I think it's been the play of Beto at quarterback that has really been the difference in the second half for TCU.
And if I was Dennis Franchione, I'd think a little bit about sitting number 5 down. He has the #1 slot in the country. And yards gained for the year past Ron Dane. Not much more to play for. You want to keep that ankle healthy.
He gets the call straight ahead and picked up about 6 to the 30-yard line. Coming up next, of course, we're going out to Southern California, Louisiana Tech, and USC. We've talked about Tim Rattay. How about Kareem Kelly? I mean, we talk about impressive freshmen. We talked about Michael Vick and some of the other people that we're watching in this game. But how about Kelly for USC? I know you love him. I do, too.
Well, the young Trojans wide receiver is without a doubt the best young talent at that position in the country, and he is one of the best to ever play on the West Coast.
2 touchdowns last week against UCLA. The only 2 touchdowns.
True freshman.
Be a lot of offense, I think, in that game. And Bateau this time is really smacked by Garrett.
Wow.
That's the one time I think Bateau made the wrong decision.
Yeah, the wrong decision was running headlong into #1.
Listen to this one.
This is a big hit for a cornerback at 190 pounds. You don't see cornerbacks hitting that way very much anymore. And the cornerbacks have to be able to run. They have to be able to cover man-to-man on the outside with the new attacking defenses of the 90s. Garrett came up and he delivered a heck of a blow right there.
So it'll be 3rd down and 7. Give it to Tomlinson again, and Tomlinson gets to about the 32, but TCU will have to give it up. Tracy Hart on the stop defensively for SMU.
You go back to the UTEP game last week, the 406-yard record setter. 6 touchdowns for Tomlinson, and he had 4 of those touchdowns by the end of the 3rd quarter. But what really launched him into territory where he's able to threaten Tony Sands' record was the back-to-back touchdown runs. A 70-yard run early in the 4th quarter, then a 63-yard run on the next play from scrimmage for the Horned Frogs.
That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
I'll tell you what, 406 yards, I couldn't do that against air if you gave me a couple hours.
And they will let the clock run down and then take a timeout. Reminder that the executive producers of Fox Sports Net are Arthur Smith and Bill Borson. The coordinating producer for College Football Saturday Special is Roy Hamilton. Today's game produced by Bob Steinfeld and directed by Ken Miller. College Football Saturday Special Edition studio show is produced by Loy Maxson and directed by Joe Woitis. And the Vice President of Field Operations is Andrea Jenkins. So TCU will punt it back as Huffman averaging just under 39 yards per kick in this game. but they've been effective. There haven't been too many returns, and Cunningham is a guy who really can bring it given the opportunity.
I was a little curious. SMU had a 4th and 12 on their last possession, down 21 points, and close to 6.5 minutes to go in the game. I was surprised they didn't go for it on 4th and 12.
Well, it has been a frustrating day indeed for Mike Cavan and the SMU Mustangs. And it's not so much what they haven't done, it's more what TCU has done. They come after Huffman this time, don't get it. Huffman drives it out of there. Fair catch, Cunningham with the 19. So the Mustangs will try it again. I think it is remarkable, and it really speaks to the TCU defense that SMU has only been in TCU territory one time this entire game, and on that position they wound up back on the other side of midfield.
Well, keep in mind SMU, and not to make excuses, because this has been one of the great defensive performances I've seen, not only this year, but in the last several years. But SMU coming into this season lost 2 all-WAC type players on their offensive line, and they've done a pretty good job patching things up.
I think both these teams are going to be pretty darn good football teams come next year. As a matter of fact, Dennis Franchione says all along he feels that next year is really the year for his team. Only one senior on the offense, and they will bring back an experienced defense as well, not to mention the presence of LaDainian Tomlinson.
And they will move on to Conference USA, but, you know, SMU really, I think, has some nice things to look forward to in the future in the WAC conference.
McCown to put it up, has to avoid traffic, and then throws, and the ball is caught. Not going to be a big gain. It was Brian McDearman on the receiving end, his first reception of the day. But I think it'll only be a gain of a couple.
Yeah, and you're talking about TCU's prospects next year, Barry. Of course, they do have one more year in the WAC conference. They'll move on in 2001, but they've said that they think that will give them a platform in the future that is solid on the national scene. But I think the WAC conference, especially with the play of Hawaii this year, I think that this conference has every bit the shot to be competitive with Conference USA.
June Jones in Hawaii done an unbelievable job. I know he's a homeboy of yours, but he's amongst the finalists for the National Coach of the Year, and I think rightly so.
Well, coming off a 0-11 year. In fact, they were riding a 17-game losing streak, and he gets a share of the conference championship. That's one of the great coaching jobs that you'll find.
Well, and how about the Oahu Bowl that matches Dennis Erickson's Oregon State Beavers and June Jones' Hawaii Rainbow Warriors? I got to figure there's 1,000 yards of offense in that game, and 2 coaches coming out of the pros who have done an unbelievable job.
Yeah, 1,000 yards of total offense and about 4.5 hours of game time.
Yeah, that's right. Well, they didn't think they were going to punt that ball, TCU, and it's not much of a kick. And TCU had nobody back, and they just let it go dead at the 39-yard line. 3 minutes and 2 seconds left in this game, and an early offensive spurt in the second half, plus a stout defense for the entire 60 minutes, or at least 57 minutes of it, has been the story for Texas Christian.
Dennis Franchione made the decision to go to Bateau with the help of his offensive coordinator, Dan Dodd, and Printers was playing pretty well in the first half, but you know, you sense the flow of a game and the trends taking place, and Bateau has done a great job of getting this offense back up to their level here in the second half.
Here's Bateau again on the keep. Now the pitch to Hayes Stoker, and he's run out at the 44-yard line, a gain of 5.
And Hayes Stoker comes into the game. Tomlinson most likely seen his last action. What a great job by Tomlinson, Hayes Stoker's running mate, to be the #1 running back in the country for 1999 by just a couple yards. And Dennis Franchione's team comes up with 7 regular season wins. And that's the first time they've done that in a long time.
Be the first back-to-back conference championship since 1959. First back-to-back bowl berth since 1958. But things bode well for SMU as well, as Jim Knox tells us. Jim?
Exactly right, Barry. SMU will probably finish the season at 4-6 with the loss today, but good things are on the horizon like for next season. How about a brand new stadium under construction right now, the Gerald J. Ford Stadium. Nice. Very nice. Right on campus. It sits close to 32,000. Sunken field. All the fixings there for like home-cooked meals right on campus. You got to love this. Plenty of press box to stretch back in for you guys, Barry.
All right, thanks, Jim. Well, we hope they won't finish 4-6. They have one more game to play. That will be at San Jose State. It's a game that they did not play earlier in the year, as a sack is recorded that time by Marcus Pratt. First sack of the day on Bateau. But they'll be 4-6 going to San Jose, and they will play that game on December 4th.
They're going to play that up in Palo Alto.
Right, they're going to play at Stanford Stadium.
Well, and you know, the SMU defense came out and played exceptionally well in the first half, and with the exception of a couple drives, they played pretty well here in the second half, Barry. I think the turnovers have increased the pressure on this Mustang defense, and they've held up pretty darn well. And so is Mike Cavan for that matter.
So they'll let the clock run down again, and then they will take a timeout.
And I say that about Mike Cavan for the simple fact that he was looking at 0-5 and wondering, I'm sure with his coaching staff, how are we going to get a win here in the '99 season? And he not only got a big upset win on a Thursday night national game here on Fox, but he turned it into a 4-game winning streak.
Yeah, I think he's done a great job. And that happened to him when he was at East Tennessee, too. He's lost his first 5 games. This was the year before he left. Lost his first 5 games, came back, won 4 of the next 6. And then the year after that, they wound up being 10-3. And thus, he came to SMU as a very successful coach. He's hoping to do the exact same thing here.
Now, he said, I've always been an optimist. I've done it before. And he knows his players have given their all. In fact, talking to TCU's coaching staff this week, the Horned Frogs coaching staff said what was most impressive to us was during that 0-5 streak, this whole SMU team never gave up. They played 100%.
And that, again, is indicative of the coach, I think. Cunningham may have a little chance here as he gets it right back up the middle to about the 22, maybe the 23-yard line. And again, I recall sitting in Mike Cavan's office at SMU, and he has that tapestry on his wall that his wife did, and it says it doesn't matter if you win or lose until you lose. And he took that to heart. And a reminder again that coming up next, another ball game out on the West Coast. Louisiana Tech brings its offense into the Coliseum to do battle with USC. USC licking its wounds off a tough season, but did get a big win against your UCLA Bruins.
Yeah, they actually put together back-to-back wins. Washington State, UCLA, and John Fox at the helm.
But they're going to have to gather themselves after that emotional win against UCLA. McCown's going to get the first down here.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Tech has not looked at many teams with the talent that USC has. The talent, the speed, and it is frightening when you think that USC is going to get Carson Palmer back. They saved a year. He's going to be a sophomore next year, and those 3 true freshman wide receivers at USC are all coming back. That is going to be an unbelievable offense in the years to come.
And Dennis Franchione gets the traditional bath. That's for the conference championship, or at least a piece thereof. McCown, meanwhile, is tracked down and dropped for another sack by J.W. Wilson.
That was a cold one.
Woo! Didn't even mess his hair. How does that happen? Almost got away. 1 mile from home, but then he got the comebacker.
He did. And that's called a double team right there.
They even run the option with the ice bucket. And that is his wife.
Getting emotional there on the sidelines with his wife, Kim, and also Trey Carmichael, the SID. And Trey Carmichael had a role in Tomlinson's 406-yard day a week ago. He told offensive coordinator Dan Dodd and also Coach Franchione that Tomlinson was bearing down on that record.
Yeah, Dan said, I'm going down and watch it. And asked Coach Franchione if he could come down out of the booth to watch the end of that game, and he did. He said it's the first time he's ever seen a game down there since he's been offensive coordinator. So this will be another shutout, second shutout of the year for TCU. They shut out San Jose State 42-0, and the other side of that coin for SMU, this will be the third time this year that they have been shut out. Shut out by Hawaii 20-0, shut out by Arkansas 26-0, and right into the patch of ice there. The ball is incomplete, and Bird Jones wound up, might have turned an ankle because of that ice.
Oh, that's really a shame. If that ice played a role in an injury to this young man. Looks like Bird's going to be okay, but a scary moment there over on the sidelines for TCU. One big question still, Barry, does Tomlinson make the trip back to the downtown athletic club this year? Right? I know he's not going to have a chance to win it, but he may be in attendance.
Here's Phillips this time on the carry. Phillips trying to scramble out of bounds. He didn't get there. I think they're going to keep the clock running. John Turntine, freshman, makes the tackle. Tough day for Phillips. Great day for his counterpart, LaDainian Tomlinson. Co-conference champions yet another time, the TCU Horned Frogs. They win it 21-0. Big offensive burst in the second half. Right now, let's take it to the sidelines. Jim Knox is with the winning coach.
Okay, thank you, Barry. Coach, first off, congratulations. You guys had an excellent defense display today. You led by 6 at half. In the second half, you got the offense going.
Well, with our defense, we just had to get another score or two, and we were in pretty good shape. And third quarter, we played very well on offense. Papito did a great job. The line came through, and they can't score a point. You can't lose a game.
Co-conference champions, and for the second straight year, you guys are going to a bowl game.
Well, it really feels great. I'm very proud of these kids and what they've accomplished and how they've done it, and we're excited to be going to a bowl game and representing the WAC and representing TCU.
LaDainian Tomlinson also over 100 yards. Once again, he started slow, but he ended up with a bang.
Well, we had to grind hard for our yards in the first half, but he came back in the second half, third quarter especially, and played great and made some hard-nosed, tough runs.
Okay, I think we have the best picture of the day, and that is you getting the Gatorade bath.
I was trying to avoid that till we won the bowl game, but I couldn't do it.
Congratulations again, Coach. Barry?
All right, thanks very much, and congratulations to Dennis Franchione, his team, twice in a row going to a bowl game for the first time since 1958, twice in a row conference champions for the first time since 1959. He said learning to win is one thing, learning to live with winning is another. 21-0 the final. A wrap for us, for David Norrie and Jim Knox. I'm Barry Tompkins. Right now, the post-game report. We go to the College Football Saturday Special Edition studios. Guys?
Thanks a lot, guys. Great game, and once again, congratulations to TCU as they improved to 7-4 on the season. And welcome inside our College Football Saturday on this special edition of College Football Saturday post-game report. Kevin Frazier, Kellen Winslow. SMU comes in, they get shut out again. TCU, meanwhile, they are headed to a bowl, and they are 7-4. Great effort by TCU.
TCU played a great ball game, especially in the second half. They really came back and got down to business as far as running the football. Tomlinson had a great day, 125 yards and 2 touchdowns, and passed Ron Dane as far as yardage this year. So he is the leading rusher in the nation as of right now. I think he'll end up that way for the rest of the season also. But a great game by Dennis Franchione to get his team back focused and doing what they need to do in the second half. And that was run the football, get the ball in the hands of your best player, in this case, Tomlinson.
Who is a guy, as was mentioned just moments ago, that could be a Heisman candidate next year. All right, let's update you on what's going on around the rest of the nation. Virginia Tech continues to play the BCS numbers game as they try to hold on to the second spot and lock down an invite to the Sugar Bowl today. The Hokies hosting number 22 Boston College. First quarter from close range. Sharon Stiff, a 3-yard touchdown, 7-0 Hokies, and then from there, Michael Vick, just a redshirt freshman, Kelly.
Just a redshirt freshman from Newport News, Virginia, but a great release. He gets the ball high over his head, gets it up, and that's all arm and a little bit of the wrist action to get the up and down motion for the ball. Again here, later in the second quarter, rolling to his left, his natural side, and throwing a strike down the middle of the field to go up 21-0 at that point. Michael Vick had a great day, had also a TD rushing the football also.
You know, they talk about this kid, how well he runs. He's not a bad passer either. Vick, 11 of 13, 290 yards, 3 touchdowns. Then he had 16 carries for 76 yards. He accounted for 366 yards of total offense for this team. The team pressing the Hokies in the poll. Number 3, Nebraska, facing Colorado. Colorado senior Jeremy Aldridge misses a chip shot as time winds down in regulation that could have won this game. Nonetheless, Colorado has come way back to tie this game. They are just headed to overtime. Real quick, let's talk about Nebraska and Colorado. It has been an amazing game. Mike Machete feeling confident, finally coming back. Gary Barnett's team playing well in the second half.
Playing very well. We're talking about a Colorado team that's coming down for 24 points, unanswered points in the fourth quarter to get back in this ball game. But watching the ball game, Kevin, I thought Nebraska got out of their game plan, which is playing aggressive defense, coming after Mike Machete, and on offense, getting that big running game going. They failed to convert on several key third down conversions, which led Colorado to get back into the game, and then they played horrendous pass defense against Colorado. Machete had over 200 yards in the second quarter, in the second half of this ball game to get them back into it. It's interesting to see what happens in overtime.
Well, it's interesting to see what will happen with the BCS poll. Virginia Tech wins 38-14. Meanwhile, this is very close game. Will it affect it? Kellen's been crunching numbers all day long. Let me tell you, moving the decimal point all over the place. What will it mean, BCS math master?
Oh, math master. Now that the BCS has taken away James Madison's playoff picture as far as Virginia Tech is concerned, and Colorado is struggling, Nebraska is struggling against Colorado, Virginia Tech, in my opinion, is headed to the BCS championship game against Florida State, because there's no way mathematically, in my humble estimation, that Nebraska can now surpass Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech has gone out and taken care of business. As you see, before today's game is only 0.65 or 0.63 difference between Virginia Tech and Nebraska, but now Nebraska struggling. I think that's going to hurt them quite a bit. Virginia Tech is taking care of business. So with the win and with the numerical difference in the victory against Boston College today, I think Virginia Tech has sewn it up. We will see Florida State versus Virginia Tech in the BCS championship game.
Okay, and one of the things Kellen was talking about earlier in the week, Virginia Tech caught a break when the BCS announced it would not count Division I AA playoff games, which is important because the Hokies played James Madison, and a loss by the Dukes could have hurt Tech's strength of scheduled numbers. It won't now. Meanwhile, when we come back, we are headed back to Fort Worth, where there's a party going on. Barry and David with a recap in a moment.
Enterprise? You rented our car from Enterprise?
Yeah.
Why Enterprise?
Because they pick us up. Free.
A free pickup? Wow. They ought to be number one.
They are number one.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
In recent government crash tests, no other SUV outperformed the Nissan Pathfinder in driver front impact collisions, passenger front impact collisions, driver's side or passenger side impact collisions. You might say it's like being taken off the endangered species list.
Fox Sports News Primetime, your Sunday night source for all the day's NFL action. Catch Keith, Kevin, NFL coaching great Marv Levy, and our all-pro team of analysts. Woo! Fox Sports News Primetime, Sunday night, every night.
A typical day for the IT manager. Everyone wants everything now. Luckily, there's CDW, your direct solutions provider. CDW uses 50,000 top-name products to give you complete systems, including custom configuration and pre-installed software. Why get hung up in work when CDW is here to make life easier? CDW, computing solutions built for business.
What do you do while your battery is charging? Well, now, you could just keep working. Because Skill just created the dual source power system, the first cordless tools with a corded backup. So you can finish what you start, which is a much more satisfying use of time. Dual source. Only from Skill.
Welcome back to our College Football Saturday postgame report. Now, here are Kevin Frazier and Kellen Winslow.
TCU knocks off SMU 21-0 and also locks up a share of the WAC conference title. For more from Fort Worth, let's rejoin Barry Tompkins and David Norrie. Guys?
All right, thanks very much, Kevin. Well, a 21-0 game, as you said here. And, David, I think it's really interesting that what TCU did was ride that great defense. And Dennis Franchione told us after the game, he said, when they don't score any points, it's not too difficult to win. Opportunistic offense, going back to what brung them the option in the second half.
Well, and the option was really a key in the second half. 6-0 lead at halftime. They insert Patrick Bateau, the better of the option masters at quarterback for TCU. He did a great job of executing, getting the ball outside to Tomlinson, and that big offensive line started to wear SMU down.
Yeah, LaDainian Tomlinson might not have had the marquee game, but who can after having 406 yards a week ago? He did what needed to be done today.
Oh, he certainly did. And Bateau, a nice job of getting the ball outside on the pitch. A little pass underneath to Tomlinson. Did a great job of picking up a few yards out of the backfield. And it was a couple touchdowns that stretched the lead for TCU in the second half. Great block by the fullback, Purcell. And then the short plunge to complete the scoring for TCU.
So the first time in 41 years that this team will go to a bowl game on successive seasons. First time in 40 years that the team is at least tied for a conference championship on back-to-back seasons. Due credit to Dennis Franchione and his staff. Hawaii, Fresno State, and now TCU atop the heap. We talked about Hawaii and what a great comeback that has been for June Jones and his staff as well, and Pat Hill at Fresno State doing an equal job. But this conference very competitive and a very tough conference this year.
Oh, it's a great conference this year with the addition of Hawaii. Hawaii coming off a winless season. Super job by June Jones out on the island.
Yeah, here before a crowd of only 25,000, a little bit of a disappointing crowd. But I think this team really kind of did what it had to do to win the game, and that's a sign of character, I think.
Well, great character for Dennis Franchione coach teams. Defense first, they dominated SMU, and then the running game in the second half. Tomlinson coming off the big record-setting performance a week ago.
And really, though, the stars of this game, I think, the defense, and it wasn't any one guy. It was an 11-man effort. 21-0 here in Fort Worth, Kevin.
Hey, Barry, now that TCU has locked up a share of the title, do we know whether they are going to the Mobile Bowl or not? Because there had been some confusion since Fresno State and Hawaii had already locked down bowl bids, whether TCU would be accepted by the Mobile Bowl.
Yes, they are going to the Mobile Bowl. Just a moment ago, in fact, Kevin, there was a presentation right behind us. People from Mobile were here saying, we're going to roll out the red carpet for you. We want all your fans to come. So, yes, they're going to be playing East Carolina in that game, and that's interesting because that's kind of a precursor of what they're going to see when they get into Conference USA.
Should be interesting. Hey, Barry, thanks a lot. Great job as always, guys. And TCU, they're headed to the Mobile Bowl. Thanks for the update. You guys enjoy the rest of your evening.
All right, thanks, Kevin.
Well, Kellen, so great job by Dennis Franchione. He does a great job of pulling this program. He's known as a builder of programs.
Yeah, when I first met Coach Dennis, he was at New Mexico and turned that program around by going into the state of California and getting players that could not get into UCLA and USC or in Arizona and bringing them over to New Mexico. So he did a wonderful job of rebuilding that program. And that's why TCU wanted him to come in and reestablish that program as to national respectability. He's done that. It wouldn't surprise me at all after 3 or 4 years of success at TCU. He doesn't move on, do the same thing. He loves to start up programs.
And he'll have LaDainian Tomlinson back next year, so look for big things from TCU. Meanwhile, we're looking ahead to our next game. It's USC and Louisiana Tech. You get a chance to check out Tim Rattay and the Bulldogs, who are 8-2. We're moving towards that game, where we'll be back in a moment.
I am a Pokemon master. I've captured all 150 types of monsters. I've come prepared to do battle with Pikachu, Mewtwo, Bulbasaur.
Burger King is a mile down the road on the right.
Thanks, mister.
Must be Tuesday. Yep.
Every Tuesday night is Pokemon Trading Night. Bring your kids in for a tasty Burger King Big Kids Meal dinner and let them trade their cards and toys. It makes a parent's life a little easier, not to mention a Pokemon traders. Pokemon and the Burger King Big Kids Meal. Come and catch them all.
Tahoe, like a rock.
In recent government crash tests, no other SUV outperformed the Nissan Pathfinder in driver front impact collisions, passenger front impact collisions, driver side or passenger side impact collisions. You might say it's like being taken off the endangered species list.
For this. Kick Old Man winner in the teeth with Prestone Antifreeze, the #1 way to fight corrosion and protect your aluminum radiator to 84 below. Get in the Prestone zone so nothing can stop you now.
Look, Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Ellie's renting again. And Enterprise picked her up again. She said Enterprise picks her up free. Free? Free. Now that makes renting easy.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Welcome back to our College Football Saturday postgame report. Now, here are Kevin Frazier and Kellen Winslow.
This one ended just moments ago in overtime. Nebraska scores and knocks off Colorado 33-30. A thrilling game, a thrilling finish. We will have highlights of this one in just moments for you. And I bring back in my partner, Kellen Winslow. And Kellen, fantastic finish. Colorado does such a good job of coming back, and they missed the chip shot in regulation as time ticks down.
Yeah, if you see the highlights on the chip shot, the kid just had a bad plant foot and pushed the ball off to the right. In golfing terms, he pushed the ball, didn't finish with the follow-through, and the ball sailed on him. Happens to me all the time. But coming into this ball game, Nebraska had won the last 3 ball games by 2, 3, and 5 points respectively. So you knew it was going to be a close one. And Colorado's not beaten Nebraska since 1970, and turnovers have always played a role in this ball game, and they were real big today. But Nebraska, by the skin of their teeth, gets away with this one, but it's not enough to pass Virginia Tech in the BCS.
That's what I wanted to hear from you. 7 fumbles today by the Cornhuskers. Meanwhile, thousands of mourners turned out last night in College Station to pay tribute to the 12 students that perished in last week's tragic accident at Texas A&M. And today, the Aggie football team took the field against arch-rival Texas with heavy hearts and thoughts of their fallen classmates.
Relationships that have forever been changed.
Early on, the Texas A&M players gathered for a prayer at midfield, joined by an overflow crowd at Kyle Stadium. Flags flying at half-staff. Second quarter, Longhorns down 6-2. Hodges Mitchell takes the handoff, makes a beautiful cutback, goes in from 14 yards out, 9-6 Texas. Fourth quarter, and here come the Aggies.
Randy McCown to Matt Bungbarger to get the ball into the end zone. A great throw and a great adjustment for the pass. Defensive back had no idea where the football was.
A great comeback for the Aggies as they win 20-16. Afterwards, Jamar Toombs, who had 37 carries and 126 yards, said, "We had to win this game to show how much we cared." And Kellen, I think that statement just sums it up right there, that the kids felt like they had an obligation to win this game, and the kids from A&M play with so much heart.
You know, the big tragedy down in Texas A&M, and the coaches can use tragedy to kind of bring a team together. Although with a great deal of tradition at Texas A&M, it doesn't take much to get up to play against Texas. So what does it mean when you play in a situation in face of all this tragic? It means you've got to have something to focus on. R.C. Slocum went into that locker room after the second half, after Texas was really dominating this ball game, and he found a way to get his team back into the focus of this game, put the events off the field behind them, and they came out, Kevin, and they played like gangbusters in the second half to take this game away from Texas.
One of the things we saw today, we saw Chris Sims, the young freshman from Texas. He is the future. Because Major Applewhite couldn't go, he had stomach problems. Chris Sims gets the start, and he looked good for a while.
Yeah, he looked good for a while, and I think that kind of threw A&M for a loop when they saw Chris Sims out there on the field. They wanted to play him a little bit different. Major Applewhite had the stomach flu, but when they made the adjustment to Chris Sims, they decided if we get to this young guy and we start putting him on the ground, he's going to become ineffective. It's a big jump from playing high school football in New Jersey to come and play in the Big 12 Conference. And I think that punishment kind of rattled the young man, but he's going to be a good one in the future. But today, they kind of got to him.
That Wrecking Crew defense that has been so up and down all season long finally plays big in this game. Now, Texas will hook up with Nebraska as the Huskers will obviously look to avenge their only loss of the season when they play in the Big 12 championship game. Revenge also a factor in the Oklahoma State rivalry as the Sooners look to avenge last year's loss to the Cowboys. And Kellen and I will be there for the Bedlam. As soon as our day is done, we're leaving on a jet plane, headed for Norman, and we'll be there live for tomorrow's Oklahoma State matchup. Meanwhile, we're not going anywhere yet. We'll be back with more in a moment.
Enterprise? You rented our car from Enterprise?
Yeah.
Why Enterprise?
Because they pick us up. Free.
A free pickup? Wow. They ought to be #1.
They are #1.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
In recent government crash tests, no other SUV outperformed the Nissan Pathfinder in driver front impact collisions, passenger front impact collisions, driver side or passenger side impact collisions. You might say it's like being taken off the endangered species list.
Fox Sports News Primetime, your Sunday night source for all the day's NFL action. Catch Keith, Kevin, NFL coaching great Marv Levy, and our all-pro team of analysts. Woo! Fox Sports News Primetime, Sunday night, every night.
A typical day for the IT manager. Everyone wants everything now. Luckily, there's CDW, your direct solutions provider. CDW uses 50,000 top-name products to give you complete systems, including custom configuration and pre-installed software. Why get hung up in work when CDW is here to make life easier? CDW, computing solutions built for business.
What do you do while your battery is charging? Well, now, you could just keep working. Because Skill just created the dual source power system, the first cordless tools with a corded backup. So you can finish what you start, which is a much more satisfying use of time. Dual source. Only from Skill.
Welcome back to our College Football Saturday postgame report. Now, here are Kevin Frazier and Kellen Winslow.
A game seen right here on Fox Sports Net earlier today. 12th-ranked Marshall hosting Ohio Chad Pennington, the story.
Just a great talent. A young man from Knoxville, Tennessee. Has a great release, setting up here in the pocket. You know, he reminds me of a kind of a young Dan Marino when he was at Pittsburgh. Not necessarily the arm strength, but the way he handles himself in the pocket, and, of course, that very patented face mask look. Dropping back in the pocket, getting the ball up, that is a great release. Good rotation on the ball. Gives the receiver a chance to make the adjustment, and that's Williams again. This is time for a 71-yard score, and that puts Marshall up 34-3, and they cruised on to victory.
James Williams with the 2 touchdown catches. Marshall's winning streak reaches 15, including 11 this season. Meanwhile, Pennington finishes the regular season with a nation's best 34 touchdown passes. Lewis Johnson caught up with the quarterback after the game.
Chad Pennington, you finish your 5th year at Marshall. You go 11-0. 2 games left, but what sort of memories are you leaving here with?
Well, just being able to hang out with the guys, you know, the offensive linemen, and just, we got a tight-knit group right now, especially our senior class. We've been here 5 years. We've been through the 1AA ranks and now in the 1A ranks, and I'm really proud of our guys. We hung in there today.
Now, as you look forward to a bowl game, where would you like to see this team go? Where would you like to lead them into?
Well, we just want to concentrate on the MAC championship game right now, because right now it seems like that's the only way to get in a bowl. we got a tough Western Michigan team to play. They got a very good offense, and so, but if we do get in a bowl, it's, hey, whoever wants to play us.
The scouts have been following you all year, salivating, waiting for your skills to come to the NFL. What are your dreams there as you look forward to a pro career after these 2 games?
Well, my dreams are to play, but, you know, I got to get better. I had a rough start today, and guys hung in there with me today, and I just try to concentrate on getting better and realize it's a team game, and you can't do it by yourself.
A little TV in the future?
A little bit.
Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Kellen, I'm going to touch off a firestorm here right on the set because you know we disagree on this one. Last year it was Tulane. This year it's Marshall. 2 good teams from 2 good conferences, yet they are left out of the postseason party, the BCS mix, because they're the small schools, and the BCS isn't made for the small schools. It's made for the big greedy schools.
Again, the BCS is only designed to pit a #1 versus a #2. It's like taxation without representation. You don't have anybody on the board of commissioners. Only 5 conferences do, the 5 major conferences. The MAC does not. It's hard for you to get into that picture, that flow. So what a Marshall and a Tulane have to play for are national recognition and respect. And they got that today with Chad Pennington coming out and playing well. Didn't have a great first half, but came back in the second half. But the thing that impresses me most about this young man is his percentage of completions. True, they do throw some type of West Coast offense. They do dump the ball off to the back coming out the backfield, or the wide receiver coming off in the quick slot pass. But 68% pass completion is 68% pass completion. I don't care where you're throwing the ball to, how deep you're throwing it. That is impressive. He will be a nice, good NFL scout.
You know,
pro.
I agree with you about Pennington. Meanwhile, I don't understand why there can't be a playoff system in Division 1A. It works in every other division from 3 on through, and also they complain about the kids missing too much school. Doesn't hurt kids in any other division.
It hurts the game. If you're going to play 15 games,
it works every other.
If you're going to play 15 games of football at this level, then I'm saying that you're a professional player. And if you're a professional player, you should be paid to go out there and play in those playoffs. The playoff system right now, the way it'd be set up, would be all for the money and would really hurt the college football setting. I am totally against it. If you want to have a playoff system, change a lot of things, get everybody on the same systems, quarters and semesters, and work it out that way. But not just some simple where 8 teams from major conferences get a chance to play for $10 billion, and the kids still get $25 a month for laundry money, whatever they're getting now. When I was there, they got $25. So you can see the times have changed. But you cannot have a playoff system if you do not compensate the young people out on that field who are bringing the television audience the joy and pleasure that they have got going.
Boy, those kids from Marshall sure did survive when they were playing in the 1AA playoff. Everybody's doing okay. Every other division. It's just pure greed. It's pure greed. On the way, we're going to move on. Louisiana Tech and USC coming up at the top of the hour. We're going to have a preview from the Coliseum in just a moment. We will never agree about this.
I am a Pokemon master. I've captured all 150 types of monsters. I've come prepared to do battle with Pikachu, Mewtwo, Bulbasaur.
Burger King is a mile down the road on the right.
Thanks, mister.
Must be Tuesday. Yep.
Every Tuesday night is Pokemon Trading Night. Bring your kids in for a tasty Burger King Big Kids meal dinner and let them trade their cards and toys. It makes a parent's life a little easier, not to mention a Pokemon traders. Pokemon and the Burger King Big Kids meal. Come and catch them all.
Chevy Tahoe, like a rock.
In recent government crash tests, no other SUV outperformed the Nissan Pathfinder in driver front impact collisions, passenger front impact collisions, driver side or passenger side impact collisions. You might say it's like being taken off the endangered species list.
Are you ready for this? Kickoff man winner in the team with Prestone Antifreeze, the #1 way to fight corrosion and protect your aluminum radiator to 84 below. Get in the Prestone zone so nothing can stop you now.
Look, Enterprise Rent-A-Car. Ellie's renting again. And Enterprise picked her up again. She said Enterprise picks her up free. Free? free. Now that makes renting easy.
Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Welcome back to our College Football Saturday postgame report. Now, here are Kevin Frazier and Kellen Winslow.
Nebraska and Colorado, fourth quarter, Buffs down by only 7. They trailed by as many as 24. Mike Machete to Javon Green on the 21-yard pass. We're tied at 27. Then with 1 second left, still tied, chance for the Buffaloes to win.
Watch the plant foot of Jeremy Aldridge, number 9, kind of slid to the side, and the ball just gets pushed to the right. Anytime you slide, especially in golf, you push the ball to the right. Trust me, I do it all the time.
The Nebraska faithful can't believe it. And in overtime, Eric Crouch from 1 yard out, Nebraska wins a thriller 33-30. They will play in the Big 12 championship game. If they had lost, Kansas State was going to the postseason party. Can you imagine the heartbreak in Manhattan right now? An amazing finish between Nebraska and Colorado, Kellen. And if you look at Gary Barnett, he rallies his team. Do you build on this? Is this a moral victory?
Well, you know, when Gary Barnett was at Northwestern, his Northwestern teams never gave up. He's instilled that in 1 year in his Buffalo squad. But what about Nebraska? Here you are, 24 points up. You're going into the fourth quarter. You've got this locked up. You start thinking about Texas the next week. Then all of a sudden the wheels come off the cart. They played horrendous pass defense in the fourth quarter. But give Colorado credit. They did a great job of moving Mike Machete around in the pocket, not allowing Nebraska to get pressure on him. And once he got that time downfield, one-on-one, the Colorado receivers against the Nebraska defensive backs was really not a contest at all.
Sometimes you have to be a little lucky, and today, indeed, Nebraska a little lucky. Meanwhile, coming up at the bottom of the hour, Louisiana Tech and USC. For a preview, we check in with Steve Fiziak and Tom Ramsey. Guys.
Thanks, guys. We're at the Coliseum for the University of Southern California and Louisiana Tech. College football fans will have a chance to see the guy who is ranked #1 in total offense, #1 in passing, in Tim Rattay. And this is a young man who impressed you even before the season began.
Well, I was able to see him work out prior to the season down at a summer camp, and he has the arm strength and the velocity to get it anywhere on the field. I think it's really going to be interesting where he goes this coming NFL draft, because I think he's one of the hidden gems of the NCAA.
And when you run a very strange, weird offense, you have to counter it with a weird defense, and USC must do that today.
You really have to. Sometimes 5 and 6 wide receivers. David Gibson is one player that really has to step up for the Trojans. He comes off a great game, 2 picks a week ago versus UCLA. He's that senior leader and really makes that defense go.
It is Tim Rattay against the USC secondary. USC against Louisiana Tech. It comes your way 3:30 West Coast time. Right now, let's go back to our College Football Saturday studios.
Guys, thanks a lot. And Kellen, we had a chance to see Tim Rattay last year as they took on Nebraska, and Rattay combined with Troy Edwards, who now plays for the Pittsburgh Steelers, really lit up that Nebraska secondary.
590 yards against the Nebraska secondary. Kevin, they did a great job of getting the ball down the field. But against USC, if they do not get pressure on Tim Rattay, he will light up that secondary just like Cade McNown did when he was at UCLA. They will throw the ball deep, throw the ball underneath. They've got people, specialty people, who can go a long way in the open field.
That's right. And this team lost their first 2 games to Texas A&M and Florida State, but have run off 8 straight since then. They're on a roll. Should be a good one from the Coliseum. That's coming up at the bottom of the hour. You're watching a special edition of the College Football Saturday postgame report.
Tonight on Fox Sports Net. Fox Sports News Primetime, your Sunday night source for all the day's NFL action.
But wait, there's more.
From the playmakers,
he's off to the races, touchdown!
To the game breakers and newsmakers. Want the latest? You've got it. Woo! Catch Keith, Kevin, NFL coaching great Marv Levy, and our all-pro team of analysts.
Wow.
We cover the NFL.
You bet.
Fox Sports News Primetime, Sunday night, every night.
Welcome to Jack in the Box. May I take your order?
Yeah. Is Jack there?
Just a moment.
This is Jack.
Mr. Box? Yeah, I'm really, really hungry. I was wondering what I should get.
How much you got?
About $1.
I'd go for 2 tacos for 99 cents. They'll fill you up, and they're really good.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Please pull up to the window.
Okay, so 39-cent hamburgers and 49-cent cheeseburgers, huh?
That's right.
Well, how do I know I'm getting a cheeseburger and not a hamburger?
The cheeseburger has cheese on it.
Well, what about a cheeseburger without cheese on it?
That would be a hamburger.
What if I want a hamburger and a cheeseburger?
88 cents.
Cheeseburger minus a hamburger?
10 cents.
Hamburger times a cheeseburger.
1911 cents.
Square root of a cheeseburger.
7 cents.
You're good. You're good. Huh? You're just hamburger.
You got it.
Thanks. Did somebody say McDonald's?
Has it ever really been fun buying a car? Researching, driving around, negotiating? What if instead of all that, you could buy any new car without any negotiating and without ever hitting the road at all? At carsdirect.com, that was the whole idea.
The Warriors are back on Fox Sports Net, and Jamison, Starks, and Marshall are ready to do battle with the best in the NBA.
Tipped in. Jamison tipped it in with 4 seconds left.
Thursday night, the Warriors will try to lower the boom on the Sonics. The Warriors try to slow down Gary Payton and the Sonics Thursday night at 7:30. The NBA is back. 30 Warriors games exclusively on Fox Sports Net.
He's always been a fierce competitor. Once when we were playing dodgeball, I got him right in the kisser. He's spitting out blood, teeth. He laughed a satanic laugh. He wouldn't quit. Eventual little.
The following is a paid presentation sponsored by National Golf Center.
Control. Consistency. Confidence. The game is golf. Today on Better Golf, join host PGA Touring Pro Doug Reed as he reveals tips and secrets on how to turn those long fairway and tee shots into scoring opportunities. And you'll be introduced to a revolutionary new iron that gives you more distance than a driver, is 3 times more accurate than a conventional iron, and is guaranteed to take strokes off your score. And see the exciting attempt to break the distance record for the longest golf shot ever hit from the fairway, over 330 yards. It's all coming up in this edition of Better Golf. And now, from Barton Creek Golf Club in Texas, here's your host, PGA Touring Pro Doug Reed.
Hello, I'm Doug Reed. Welcome to Better Golf. Today, I'm going to show you how you can shave 6 to 8 shots off your score by revealing some secrets of how to hit the most difficult shot in golf, the long fairway shot. 180 yards to 225 yards out is considered the most critical scoring area. If you can hit the green from 180 to 225 yards, you're almost guaranteed a par or possibly a birdie. But if you hook or slice, you're almost guaranteed a bogey or worse. So how do you cure a hook and a slice? First of all, you got to know why the ball hooks and slices. If you hit a ball off the toe, the impact opens the club face, and the ball will start out to the right. But then a stronger force, known as gear effect, takes over and spins the ball violently to the left. That's the dreaded hook. But the reverse happens with the heel shot. At impact, the club face closes and starts off to the left. Then the gear effect spins it wildly to the right, creating that nasty slice. But the easiest way to correct hooks and slices is to get yourself a controller. It's scientifically designed to automatically correct hooks and slices. It's got the roll and bulge, so therefore if you hit the ball on the toe or the heel, it makes the ball go straighter. So come with me, let's go play some golf. Here we are at a great par 5 at Barton Creek. As you can see, it's a tight golf hole. You got bunkers right, a big oak tree to the left. It veers to the left, so I want to hit something out there that's got enough power, but yet I'm going to hit straight enough. That's why I've chosen the controller. With its bigger head, I'm going to hit the ball far enough, and with rolling bulge, I'm going to hit it straight enough. And one reason is because people have this preconception that drivers are longer. But they're really not. In the case for the controller, an independent study, the controller went 5 yards farther than one of the leading drivers today. And that makes a lot of sense. Because the head is bigger than an iron but smaller than a wood, there's more mass directly behind the ball, which imparts more force. So therefore, there's more force that makes the ball go farther. One little tip, though. I see so many amateurs set up to the golf ball, off the tee, especially, trying to hit that big drive on a par 5. they play the ball way too far forward. As you can see, it's way outside my left foot. They feel that the farther forward, the farther the ball is going to go. But in reality, from that distance, your body can't make a good swing and make good solid contact. So it means a ball that goes offline, it doesn't go very far at all. So next time when you have a tee shot, make sure you play that ball somewhere inside your left instep. Set up to it, and you're in a position to make good solid contact. Ball's going to go straight and far. You just watch. Look at that. Can't do it better than that. Unbelievable, right through the fairway. Right down the middle of the fairway, playing the wind. It's going to give me a chance at possibly going for this green in 2. That's why I've chosen to control it.
Tavadorsky's got Paul Correa on the right. Tavadorsky coming short-handed chance. Correa looking. Tavadorsky, and he missed the tap. He had Eddie Bell.
This illustrious tournament continues Saturday when Stanford faces Auburn and USC battles Duke. Don't miss the John R. Wooden Classic. It's basketball at its best. This Saturday at noon, starting with Stanford versus Auburn. Then at 2:30, the rivalry continues between USC and Duke on Bay TV, Your TV, cable channel 35.
I lost my license, my job.